Thank you. Good evening, it's 6 o'clock, and I would like to call the last council meeting for this 2020 year to order. In response to COVID-19, we continue to hold our council meetings electronically. Members of the public are invited to participate in the meeting by accessing the meeting, which is live streamed on our Middlesex Centre YouTube channel. Tonight we have a committee of adjustment and public meetings. Those will begin at approximately 7 o'clock. So just before I start to move through the agenda, I just thought I'd say a few words, as this is our last council meeting for the year. It has been quite an experience, I think. We were looking forward to a busy year of different kinds of plans, our strat plan and our official plan review, and eager to get those things started. And then we were all interrupted rudely by this COVID thing. But we have finished our strat plan, and we've done a lot of the things that we wanted to accomplish this year. And for that, I think we have a lot to say. Thanks to our staff for their commitment, and their efforts have been impressive. And I think at the end of this month, as we move into next year, when we look at our finances and the health of our staff and what we're getting done each and every day, we have good reason to be proud and grateful for their work. I also want to say thanks to council. We've had lots of extra effort from everyone around the horseshoe. There have been lots of questions and learning in terms of how to handle pandemics, and we had contributions on the budget committee, and so we've all been really busy with all kinds of projects, and it's been an interesting year. I don't know that we'll ever have, or I hope we never have a chance to have to learn this kind of thing again. So thanks to all of you for your contributions. And I would like to take this chance to say that say Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays or Happy Hanukkah, whatever it is celebrated in your families, to enjoy that time. And I hope you find meaningful things to do and meaningful ways to connect with your loved ones. I'm really hopeful that everyone takes the Middlesex Health Unit and the provincial guidance to heart. The numbers are increasingly frightening, and I just remember when I thought there were 60 cases in a day, that was a lot, and now every time I look at the news, I'm nervous. I think we really need to focus on next Christmas and getting through this pandemic, and then really celebrating together. It's getting very nerve-wracking to hear all of the reports. So please stay home. Give your grandma a call, give me a call, talk to your neighbors and friends via Zoom or WebEx or Skype, whatever you like, but try to avoid the group parties and be careful. So Happy New Year. I hope I can say that, and know that it will be a happy one for all of us. So let's get to business. We have no additions to the agenda. I'm going to ask for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Councillor Arts.
Yeah, for me, it's council item number 9.4, agenda title PLA 78-2020 Brantham Developments.
Thank you. Seeing none others, then we can move on to the adoption of the minute. We have no delegations, presentations, or petitions. So the minutes, unless there are errors or exceptions, the motion before us is that the minutes of Middlesex Centre Emergency Special Council meeting held on December 2nd, 2020 be adopted as printed. Do I have a mover? Councillor Scott and Councillor Heffernan seconds. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Well, we have 4 items in the consent agenda. Are there any items here that you'd like to ask a question on or comment on? Very well, then the motion before us is that items 6.1 through 6.4 found in our agenda for December 16th be adopted as recommended. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor Arts and Councillor Shipley, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Moving to staff reports, 7.1. I'll ask our clerk to speak to the clerk's activity report.
Through the chair, I'm happy to provide council with this update report this evening, which provides some insight into the public services offered through the clerk's office. The intent of this report is to provide council with a summary of 2020 user levels and to note some future opportunities as we go forward into 2021. The report itself deals with three main services, those being lottery licensing, Commissioner of Oaths, and marriage services. As you'll see in the report findings, these services were impacted in the past year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We saw reduced demands, and in the case of lottery licensing and marriage ceremonies, there were restrictions on our ability to offer this service altogether. In keeping with public health directives, the municipality was able to continue offering Commissioner of Oaths and marriage license services. Although demand was impacted, being able to continue to offer these services to those in need was something that we were proud to do as an organization. As we go forward in 2021, we will be met with some of the same challenges that we faced in the past year. That said, we also have opportunities to look at how we offer these services to the public in the most convenient ways, be it through online or in-person access. We're going to be exploring some creative ways to promote these services to the community, as I see it, much of it is about awareness, letting the public know that they need not go to a large city center to access something or a service that may be right here in their own community. With that, I'll close. However, I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have and look forward to bringing future update reports similar to this on a biannual basis. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Are there questions for the clerk? I don't see any. So the motion before us tonight is that the report CLK 04-2020 regarding our municipal clerk services activity report be received. Is there a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Brennan, Deputy Mayor Brennan, pardon me, and Councillor Scott. All in favor? And that is carried. Alrighty, next we have Tiffany Farrell from Corporate Services, who's going to provide comments on the budget 2020. Is there anything you'd like to add to the report, Tiffany?
Through you, Mayor DeVete. At this point, I've not received any other comments or questions with respect to the budget for 2021. All the information anything that has changed since the presentation on December 2nd is captured in the report and captured in the budget, or was discussed during the meeting on December 2nd as changes that we were aware of. And if any members of council has questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything further from council on the budget? Seeing none, the motion before us is that council approve bylaw 2020-104 to adopt the current budgetary estimates for the year 2021, and that council approve bylaw 2020-103 to establish a levy for the year 2021, to adopt tax rates for 2021, and to provide a penalty and interest in default of payment and the collection thereof. So, is there a mover and a seconder? Councillor Shipley and Councillor Heffernan, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Now, we are going to move to number 8.1, which is correspondence, isn't it? Oh, here's 11. There it is. Okay. There are 4 correspondence items listed tonight. Is there anything that anyone wants to ask or comment on here? Okay, I don't see any questions. So the motion before us is that correspondence items 11.1 through 11.4 listed on this December 16th, 2020 council agenda be received for information. Is there a mover? Councillor Scott and Councillor Arts, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. I will ask the Deputy Mayor to give us an update on the County Council meeting yesterday.
Yeah, it was a rather long meeting. We had some different consultants at the meeting. MDB Insight did a county economic development, economic strategy plan for the next 5 years for the county. The lower tiers, Federation of Agriculture, county level staff were all involved in this. The selection of future directions and an action plan. Some of those that were discussed were ag technology, technologies including precision farming developments. Some of these developments may need land, development land to bring business into the county. So that's something to keep in mind. Technology-based manufacturing, food processing. The Southwest Food Alliance is out of the Woodstock area, and that's part of it. Ag tourism and rural revitalization, leverage local food, try to promote and keep leveraging the purchase of local foods. Creative industries and the creative class, resident attraction and retention as opportunities to pursue jobs in the different industries. Invest in people, entice talented workers, attract investment, advocate for investment readiness and implementation of improvements. There's 4 strategic objectives in the plan, 25 action steps, 31 case studies and best practices, and there's a priority action plan, and the budget for this plan in 2021 will be the same as 2020. So there's a lot in that plan, and a lot of work's gone into it. Another thing that came up, and it's on our agenda tonight too, is the winter maintenance across the county, and the county and the lower tiers. PWE people have all worked together that if somebody has an outbreak of COVID in their workforce, that everybody will help cover off the roads, and at the very least will make sure the roads are open. They may not be sanded as much or salted as much as they might be in the past, but the bottom line is they will try to maintain and keep the roads all open for people. Whether they get sanded or not is another thing, but all municipalities within the county are working on this and have agreed to help each other out, county and the lower tier. And the county did say that if needed, their plows are out 24/7. So if there is an emergency and winter maintenance is needed on a laneway or anything, the county plows will plow a laneway for fire services, police, or ambulance if necessary. Chris Trainey said they will do that. Just get the call to them and they'll send a plow and open the laneway up if that's necessary to get emergency services in. Mark Brown, our forester, talked about primatides treatment. It's a huge thing, and it's a real balancing act. Roundup's one of the few things that will kill this stuff off, and it's tough to use because they don't want to do it when it's wet, and they don't want to try to get any of the undergrowth. They just want to get the primatides. So it's a tough act. They're trying to do what they can. It's very costly to do it. Like $2,000 or $3,000 an acre or a kilometer to try to do all this, and $2,400 per kilometer in area 1. Area 2 is about $3,200 per kilometer. And there's some wetting agents they're putting in with the Roundup to try to do this. It's an ongoing process, and between mowing and spraying, they're hoping they can get it under control. Another group, Perry Group, they were here to do a digital service delivery review, and it's all about, I lost the word, digitizing stuff and that. And Michael has played a huge part in the county committee, so I'm going to let him bring us more up to date on that. He's been working with it right from the start, so I'll turn it over to him for that.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the chair, a report was provided to council earlier in the year, and it was about the municipality partnering with the county and the other lower tiers to put monies forward that we received from the government in regards to modernization funding. So one of the initiatives was to, once we received concurrence of that funding, was to look at processes. So the senior staff led by the CAOs came together and identified certain processes on a go-forward basis that we think could be identified to automate. And so through doing this, we would learn from efficiencies, we would learn from cost savings. And we came down to a list of about 10 or so tasks that we think across the board, there could be efficiencies by working together. So some examples include our asset management. We know that's one of our priorities for next year. Development planning applications. Now that we have our building permit process automated, perhaps we can take it a step further into next year and look at development planning applications and automate in that regard. Looking at all of our policies and our operational procedures and learning from each other around the county. So there's a real opportunity to help each other out through this process and at the same time, hopefully automate and modernize some of the way we're doing things. So we found it very effective, very useful to come together throughout the year. And we hope that we can then build on it and put some of these tasks in place.
Thank you, Michael. Again, a lot of this, a lot of municipalities will benefit from us. We will too, but a lot of it we're on the leading edge of a lot of the stuff already. So, but there are things that we can move forward with there also. As far as the big some of the bigger jobs in the county this year is the roundabout going in at Five Corners. They're going to start doing that. Stan Tech Consulting has been given the engineering or the consulting contract to look into it and design everything. So that's on the agenda to push forward this year. A lot of roads reconstruction in the area. Medway Road from Arva to the East Town line, Illerton Road from Illerton to Benak, High Park Road from Medway Road to Illerton Road. So these are roads that are going to be resurfaced in the next year or so, and so look for that and those roads to be improved. So other than that, those are the basic things. Those two consultants took up a fair amount of time, but very interesting and pushing forward things. So thank you.
Thank you for the update, Deputy Mayor. Are there questions? Maybe clarify? No? Okay. Then moving to other business. This is the item that the Deputy Mayor referenced. It's entitled Emergency Winter Maintenance Services Memorandum of Understanding with the County of Middlesex. And motion before us is whereas a report was presented to County Council yesterday on December 5th regarding the Winter Maintenance Services MOU, and whereas the MOU permits the ability of municipalities in Middlesex County to provide assistance to one another if deemed necessary and appropriate by the municipal engineer. There are, what was it? I did count them, 10 resolutions or 10 details that are listed here in the document that are addressed in that MOU. So how much notice, how long, what kinds of service. You've read all of those. The motion therefore includes those. Could I have a mover and a seconder to accept this? Oh, Councillor Heffernan and Deputy Mayor Brennan. All in favor? Thank you very much. That is carried. Now, we have to go back. Recess. 30 minutes. Thank you. So that'll be a 30-minute recess. We're done all of our business that we can manage to now. We'll come back into the Committee of Adjustment. Okay. 30 minutes. Forgot my microphone. I'm saying it's 7 o'clock, and I'm going to read the resolution to get us into the Committee of Adjustments. So it is that council adjourn the regular meeting to sit as Committee of Adjustment under Section 45 of the Planning Act as amended to consider for applications. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Shipley and Councillor Heffernan, all in favor? And I'll leave it to the chair to take it away. Councillor Silva.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will call this public meeting to order and note the following. Members of the public that are participating virtually in this evening's public meetings have previously provided notification to the municipal clerk in advance of the meeting. If anyone wishes to receive further notification on any of the minor variance applications being considered tonight, please email planning@middlesexcenter.on.ca requesting further notification. Please be advised that comments expressed and written material presented are a matter of public record for full disclosure. If you have questions on any of the applications being heard this evening, we ask that you direct those to the appropriate planner on the file. Those who have requested to speak will be given a maximum of 10 minutes to address council and provide comments on the applications. In keeping with our procedural bylaw and our R-zone policy, I would remind all of our meeting participants to use respectful language and uphold our values of cooperation, trust, and openness. The order of proceedings will be the same for each planning application, and the order of procedure shall be as follows. The chair, myself in this case, Mayor DeVitt later during public meetings, will ask the planner to explain the purpose of the application and hearing and to present the staff report. The municipal clerk will provide any additional comments received from circulated agencies and the public not included in the planning report. The applicant or their agent then has the opportunity to speak to the application, and then the public will be asked for their comments and questions. Please ensure that you state your name and address so that comments can be reflected in the minutes. The committee may then ask questions of the applicant or staff, and then the chair will consider motions regarding the applications. That being said, Mr. Fitzgerald, if we could set up application 8.1, minor variance file number A18-2020 for 33 Woodland Drive, please.
Through the chair, thanks everyone and to committee members tonight. So the first application that we have before committee is a minor variance application where the purpose and effect is to seek relief from the Middlesex Center comprehensive zoning bylaw as it relates to the maximum permissible size of an accessory building in the urban residential first density exception UR1-3 zone. So before I proceed, I'm just going to throw up a map so that everyone can see the property that we're referring to here. So the applicant is requesting a maximum size for all accessory buildings on the lands of 54.6 meters squared, whereas the existing zoning bylaw permits a maximum size of the lesser of 50 meters squared or 3% lot coverage. The effect of this proposal is to facilitate the construction of an additional accessory building. The subject property is located at 33 Woodland Ave in Kilworth. It's located on the west side of Woodland Drive, on the west side of the intersection at Woodland Drive and Barron Crescent. The property has an area of approximately 1,861.5 square meters and is occupied by a single detached dwelling, an associated pool, and as well as an attached accessory building, which the applicant is applying to increase in size. The property is surrounded by residential developments on all sides and also backs onto Jeffreys Road. The lands are designated residential in the Middlesex Center official plan and are zoned urban residential first density exception UR1-3 zone in the comprehensive zoning bylaw. As noted, the applicant is requesting permission to exceed the maximum allowable size of an accessory building in the UR1-3 zone. The existing maximum permissible size on the lands is 50 square meters based on the provision. At the proposed 54.6 square meters, the applicant is seeking a minor variance to increase the size by 4.6 square meters. I would note that the planning report does refer to 495 square feet. That was a typo. It should say 49.5 square feet. So just for committee's clarification. In circulation of the application, planning staff did not receive any comments from the public or departments and agencies that were in opposition. Based on the analysis that was provided in the report, staff is of the opinion that the applicant's proposal meets the 4 tests of a minor variance as stipulated in the Planning Act. As generally it's minor in nature, it's appropriate and desirable for the neighborhood. It meets the general intent of both the official plan and the zoning bylaw. Planning staff also note that are also of the opinion that there is no anticipated negative impacts to adjacent properties. Given the above, staff are recommending that minor variance application A-18/2020 be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Halbouni, do you have anything you'd like to add or say?
Through the chair, I'll just add at this time that Mr. Halbouni is not on the line at this time. Can move forward.
Okay, dokie. We don't have any members of the public that have requested to participate. Is there anyone on council, or sorry, on the committee who would like to ask a question or make a comment? Okay. I already addressed some questions to Mr. Marsman previously. Those have been answered to the best of his ability. I was hoping Mr. Halbouni would be here to answer a few others, but I guess largely they were around the fact that I drive by this building every day. As far as I can tell, it's actually complete. I could be wrong. The corner piece that Arnie says still needs to be completed, subject to this minor variance, is not complete. The data is not incredibly up to date. It's about a month old, and it's drawings, not photos or an on-site visit, to my knowledge. But like I said, as far as I can tell, it's actually done. So I'm happy to be wrong on this one, but regardless, that's the current state of it. All right, well, unless he's going to join in last 30 seconds, I guess I will entertain a motion. There's a recommendation to approve the minor variance. Does someone on the committee want to make that motion? Councillor Arts, is there a seconder? Councillor Heffernan, all those in favor? Any opposed? That would be me. And regardless, it's carried. All right, application 8.2, file number A19-2020 for 6219 Cook Road. Mr. Fitzgerald, please.
Through the chair, thanks again, members of the committee. So the purpose and effect of the application 8.2 is an application for minor variance to seek relief from Middlesex Center's comprehensive zoning bylaw as it relates to the maximum permissible size as well as height for an accessory building that is located in the agricultural A1 zone. So again, I'll just share my screen so everyone has context of the property's location. As noted, the owner is requesting a maximum size of 178.3 square meters for all accessory buildings on the property, whereas the Middlesex Center comprehensive zoning bylaw permits a maximum size of 110 square meters or 3% lot coverage. The owner is also requesting an increase to the maximum permissible height for an accessory building to 7.8 meters, whereas the maximum in the bylaw currently right now is 6.5 meters. The effect of the proposal, as noted, would be to facilitate the construction of an accessory building. The property in this case is located at 6219 Cook Road. It's located on the west side of Cook Road, north of the intersection at Littlewood Drive and Cook Road. The property has an area of approximately 1.08 acres and is occupied by a single detached dwelling. The property is surrounded on all sides by agricultural land and crop production, as you can kind of see here on the map. It's designated agricultural area in the county official plan, agricultural in the Middlesex Center official plan, and zoned agricultural A1 in the Middlesex Center comprehensive zoning bylaw. And the applicant, as noted, is requesting permission to exceed the maximum permissible size and height of an accessory building in the A1 zone. The existing maximum permissible size on the lands is 110 square meters for lots that are less than 5,000 square meters, but greater than 2,000 square meters. It's also, just to add to that, it's contingent on the lesser of 110 meters squared or 3% lot area. At the proposed size in this case of 178.3 square meters, the applicant is seeking a minor variance to increase the maximum permissible size by 68.3 square meters. Additionally, the maximum permissible height for an accessory building in A1 zone is 6.5 meters. At the proposed height of 7.8 meters, the applicant is requesting an increase to the maximum permissible height by 1.3 meters. In circulation of the application, planning staff note that we did not receive any public comments or opposition from departments and agencies. Based on the analysis that was provided in the planning report, staff is generally of the opinion that the applicant's proposal is able to meet the 4 tests of a minor variance stipulated in the Planning Act, as it is minor in nature, appropriate and desirable, meets the general intent of both the official plan and the zoning bylaw. Planning staff are also of the opinion that there is no anticipated negative impacts to the adjacent properties in this case. Given the above, staff recommend that minor variance application A-19/2020 be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. I note here that the owners are not able to attend unless that's changed. There's also no public members of the public who have requested to participate. Does anybody on the committee have any questions or comments? Councillor Heffernan.
Yes, through the chair, to Dan, what is the purpose of this increase or this new accessory building?
Through the chair to councillor. So the applicant has indicated that it's really meant to store their on-site personal items, as well as to act as a detached garage for other vehicles.
Well, further to that though, one of the conditions is to clear the site of, I forget what it was, of machines, trailers, and vehicles. So are these currently stored outside and now they want to store them inside, or is this unrelated?
Through the chair, so that generally is a standard condition that we see the chief building official request upon these types of structures where they're out in the agriculture areas and they do get to a size of that nature. But yes, that's correct. So the intent in this case would be to take anything that is currently stored outside and place it inside the building.
No further follow-up? Okay, is there anybody else on the committee who has a question? Deputy Mayor Brennan.
Yeah, I keep struggling with the word minor variance when I see something that's, this large and this much beyond what the normal size would be, about 1,200 feet, and we're going to something that's in excess of almost 1,900 square feet. So, and the height is almost 25% higher than what the zoning says is allowed. So height-wise, building size, I don't consider this to be an accessory building. To me, it's more a full-fledged shed, 40 by 48. That's a fair-sized building on a lot. So I struggle with this. I'm not sure it's a minor variance when it's that much over the size. Thank you.
Duly noted. Mayor Brennan, Mayor DeVitt, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Through you to Dan, I was wondering, I noticed that you've added a paragraph that the owner or any subsequent future owners acknowledge and agree that the buildings are to be used as a residential accessory building and may not be used to support a business use such as a contractor's yard. Could you walk us through the process and the action and how it's carried forward in the event that the property is sold to someone who didn't apply for this variance and may not be aware of the condition that's been attached to the recommendation?
Through the chair, yeah. So that is a good point. Minor variances are issued for the property, not the owners. So it is due diligence of future owners to understand what the restrictions are in terms of the uses of the property. Would also note that generally speaking, the A1 zone under the home occupation does not allow for contractors' yards or shops. So in this case, it's more just an additional indication to the existing owner and any future owners that, the existing owner doesn't allow for it anyways, but just to reiterate the fact that you cannot do that on this property.
So if I purchase the property, my lawyer doesn't do the research, how does the purchasing party become aware of that condition?
Through the chair, so it would be on their own due diligence to reach out to the municipality to determine if there were any types of conditions that are applied to a minor variance on the property. Unfortunately, in this particular case, I don't believe that the existing mapping at this particular point in time allows an individual to search whether or not a minor variance has been issued on a property. We do have that ability from the township and county's perspective. So if someone was to reach out to us, we could certainly indicate to them that there was a minor variance issued and then give them the decision at a future date. However, I believe that function is something that they are considering allowing the public to view so that they are also aware of whether or not a minor variance has been issued on a particular property. So at this point in time, it would be on their due diligence to contact the municipality to determine whether or not one was issued. But that is something that we're looking into in the future for notification purposes.
Okay, that makes sense. I understand that then. So if there was a discussion about this property down the road, there certainly would be a track record, even if the person's legal team didn't do, in quote, air quotes, adequate research, the municipality can still enforce any of these rules going forward.
Through the chair, that's correct. So in certain circumstances, I'm sure it's, I would say, maybe not standard practice, but it certainly occurs a lot where lawyers doing due diligence will ask for zoning certificates of properties, which will include any potential future deviations that were approved in the past. So they would, through that particular process, be notified of a minor variance on the lands, and then any applicable conditions that would apply to that minor variance.
Thank you very much. Here's it.
Okay, a little bit of background noise there, but I think you said you're done. Is there anybody else on the committee that has a question? Okay, I don't often do this on this particular issue, but I will concur with Deputy Mayor Brennan. This seems like this does not seem to be the size of a residential accessory building. It's bigger than many people's homes. It's certainly bigger than just about any apartment you'll find in the city of London and probably anywhere else. I don't personally find that this meets the tests. And while I'm not the planning professional, I am ultimately one of the people who has to make these decisions. I don't know how others feel, but certainly I'm willing to entertain either option to potentially send this back to staff to work further with the applicant to potentially reduce the size of the building in question, or if somebody wants to make the motion to approve, we can see how that goes. Do I have any takers on either one? Deputy Mayor Brennan, or sorry, Councillor Scott, what would you like to do?
Through the mayor, I think I'd like to make a comment first, and then I'll make a motion. And,
sure.
I know this area is out in the country. It is surrounded by agricultural. My feeling on accessory buildings out there, I mean, I know it is quite a stretch. It's quite a bit bigger than what we do, but people nowadays have stuff, you know what I mean? They have hobbies, they have boats. So there's a lot of reasons why I can see people wanting bigger sheds. Personally, I think they should be increased, not only maybe in the agriculture, even in town sometimes. People have motorbikes and boats and all kinds of stuff that we never had years ago. Nobody could maybe afford that stuff now, and they seem to have it. Well, I'd like to see that we, you know, could maybe loosen up on them, especially if we got to do a minor variance every time, because if we got to do that many, then maybe it's time to change our sizes. But anyway, so in this particular case, where it is, it's in the ag zone, and it's, I'm going to say, definitely agriculturally around it. So I'll make the motion that we accept the planner's recommendations.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Arts. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. All those against? 1, 2, 3, and yours truly. Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess someone can make a motion to send this back to staff
Through the
to
chair,
work with the applicant.
you're absolutely correct. There's no longer a motion on the floor. The previous motion was defeated. We can now entertain a new motion to either send this back to staff for additional information or to deny the request. Thank you.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to refer to staff.
Is
I'll
there a
second.
seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor? So moved, or so approved, sorry. Dan, I think you probably have all the comments you need to let the applicant know how we feel about this, and or at least how the majority of council feels about it. So we look forward to seeing you back at some point on this file. All right, next one. Item 8.3, application for minor variance, file 820-2020, 10393 Ilderton Road. Mr. Fitzgerald, please.
Through the chair, yeah. So thanks, members of the committee. So the purpose and effect of this application for minor variance is to seek relief from the Middlesex Center Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw as it relates to the maximum personal height of an accessory building in the Hamlet residential zone. So again, before I proceed any further, I'll just put up the map for context for everyone. The owner is requesting a maximum height of 7.18 meters, whereas the Middlesex Center Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw permits a maximum height of 6 meters in the Hamlet residential zone. The effect of the proposal is to facilitate the construction of an accessory building. The subject property is located at 10393 Ilderton Road, as previously noted. It is on the south side of Ilderton Road, southwest of the intersection at Ilderton Road and Coldstream Road. The property has an area of approximately 0.73 acres and is occupied by a single detached residential dwelling and a detached accessory building, which the applicant is applying to permit the constructed height. The property is surrounded by large lot residential developments on the east, west, and south, and by open space to the north. The property is designated settlement area in the County of Middlesex official plan, Hamlet in the Middlesex Center official plan, and is zoned Hamlet residential exception HR 1-1 zone in the Middlesex Center Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw. The applicant in this case is requesting permission to exceed the maximum permissible height of an accessory building in the Hamlet residential zone. The existing maximum permissible height for an accessory building is 6 meters. At the proposed height of 7.13 meters, the applicant is requesting an increase to the maximum height of 1.18 meters. In circulation of the application, planning staff did receive 2 comments from the surrounding neighbors who were both in opposition to this proposal. I believe those comments have been forwarded to council prior to the meeting, and one was included with the staff report. Or may have come in, sorry, it actually came in after the staff report was completed. Committee has also been provided with the comments of internal departments as well as agencies who do not raise any objections for this particular proposal. Staff do note that generally the concerns issued by the surrounding public, at least in terms of our interpretation, is that there's concern that the height would not be in character with the existing area. And there's also concerns about the order of operation from which the accessory building was built and is now asking for a variance for the height. Staff would just want to, I personally would want to note that in review of the minor variance, we don't take into consideration when a structure is built. We take into consideration whether or not the requested minor variance meets the test of the Planning Act for a minor variance. So based on that analysis provided in the planning report, staff generally is of the opinion that the applicant's proposal does meet the 4 tests of a minor variance as stipulated in the Planning Act. As is minor nature, it's appropriate and desirable, meets the general intent of both the official plan and the zoning bylaw. So given the above, staff recommend that the minor variance application A20-2020 be approved. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Looks like we have the owners of the property, Adam and Jessica. Are they actually online?
Yes, hi there.
Hi, Adam, how are you?
Not bad, thanks. My wife Jess is here as well.
Hello.
Terrific. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, just to sort of add to Dan's comments, I'm not sure if everyone has the same background as well, but basically we built the plans for both the attached garage and the residence were both approved by the municipalities. And we built them to be such approved prints. It was only following the construction of the garage that we were notified that the height was incorrect due to the fact, I think, remember, your bylaw states that it's measured to the midpoint of the peak and not the peak, but somewhere along the planning side of things, that point got confused. So we were in the opinion that everything was correct at the time of construction. And it was only after the roof was on and everything was sort of mostly complete that we were notified that the height was incorrect. So that's anyways, that's our sort of position on this. Had we known that the height was not allowed, we wouldn't have built it at height in the beginning.
Okay.
I hope that provides some context. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I believe Ms. McIntosh is also on the line, wants to add something.
Hello, yeah, Nancy McIntosh speaking. I'm owner of property at 1399 Ilderton Road, which abuts the 10393 Ilderton Road. I personally had presented concerns regarding the size of this building before the roof was completed. Number one, I want to make that clear. The gentleman said that the roof was completed before it was brought to his attention. I brought my concerns about the size to the municipality prior to that completion of the roof of the building. I am totally opposed to the size of the building. It does not fit within what I would call the aesthetic of my neighborhood. I'm an existing taxpayer in this municipality, and I feel that if there's bylaws in place, that they should be followed, and that in this particular case, I have concerns about the size of the structure for many reasons. Number one, that it's aesthetically unpleasant looking. Number two, I have concerns about what the proposed usage of this building is going to be for, what would necessitate a building of that height when there is already obviously a large garage area incorporated in the house build. So there are just a couple of my concerns. And again, I feel that this is not a minor variance. To me, as a property owner, which is being impacted by this, it is a major impact on me personally. I feel that every time I go out my back door, I'm looking at this building, which is not legal in my mind and is not aesthetically pleasant to the surrounding properties.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone on the committee who'd like to question or make a comment? Deputy Mayor Brennan, please. Thank you.
And
Nancy.
I also feel that.
Oh, sorry, Nancy. We're moving on. We've got your correspondence, and I think you've made your concerns well known now. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I just want to clarify, the building was being built. It wasn't completed when he was notified that he was too high, and he continued to build it. Or is Arnie online that he can explain to us exactly what happened here, how this got built higher than it should have been?
Yes, I can explain. By the time Arnie reached out to us to notify us of the the issue with the building height, we were already in the process of putting on the roof. And Arnie, I think, just joined the call here. But.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes, good evening, Council. I heard most of Deputy Mayor Brennan's question, I believe, so I can certainly provide some background. It is accurate that this building was designed to a height dimensioned by the designer to the midpoint of the roof rather than to the peak of the roof. It came to our attention in September based on a complaint from a neighbor that this building may be too tall. And at that time, within a short period of that time, we approached the owners, the trailers, and advised them of the concern and that there would be a need for a minor variance for this building to remain. At the time that we attended, the roof was on and required minimal construction relatively to the cost of the building, that being completion of the roof cladding material. Staff chose not to issue a stop work order at that time because of the relative cost of the roofing material to the cost of the building itself. And due to the time lapse for getting the variance heard, we were concerned of the degradation of the building due to the elements, and that the cost of repairing whatever damage done by the elements would be considerable if we ordered it to remain uncladded on the roof. So we allowed it to continue.
You have a follow-up, Deputy Mayor?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Councillor Shipley.
Through the mayor to the planner, Dan. Dan, had this application for a minor variance came before the building had been put up and requesting the obvious height difference of 1.18 meters for height, would this been approved or denied or granted at that time had it come ahead of the building being erected?
Through the chair.
Sorry, I think let's be clear. You're asking for Dan's planning opinion on that, right? Because ultimately, council approves or denies. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I'm asking Dan. Thank you.
Yes, so through the chair to all committee members and to committee member Shipley. So what I would say is, and I kind of alluded to it in my presentation, the order of operations from a planning perspective is redundant. It doesn't matter to our recommendation. The recommendation looks at whether or not the height is appropriate and whether or not the height meets the tests of a minor variance. So based on our analysis, when you look at the site plan, the location of the building at the back corner of the lot, and the context of what they're requesting here. So let's just be clear that the height is not the entire building. It's a portion of the peak of a building. Based on the existing provisions that are in the zoning, if they built a flat roof building, they could build that to 6 meters. And a 6 meter tall flat roof building would be far more imposing on the surrounding landscape than a peaked roof structure. We're really talking about a portion of the peak of the roof of the structure that exceeds that height restriction that's in the bylaw. So when you look at that coupled with where it's located on the property and in relationship to the neighbors, from a planning perspective, we felt that it was minor in nature, given that it is at the back of the property in the corner, and we're only talking about a small portion of a peak of a roof that is extending beyond the maximum permissible height, not the entire structure itself. So what I would say is the order of operations of the process that has occurred, and from a planning perspective, it doesn't matter. We look at it from what's the proposal before us, and does that proposal meet the test of a minor variance?
Thank you.
Anyone else? I have a question for staff. How long was the turnaround time between Ms. McIntosh's complaint and someone on in the building and planning or building staff notifying the Trellis family that the designs were, I guess, approved incorrectly or should not have been approved, and therefore they needed to potentially to stop.
Yeah, through the chair to the chair. I don't have that information at my fingertips to present to you. It was a relatively short period of time, within likely within a couple of weeks, within a week or so. I can't say with certainty.
I would argue a week is not a very short amount of time when you're working on a roof. Like, could a phone call not have been made in the meantime? Like so a little bit of color. I applied for a building permit to extend my deck, an existing deck. An inspector came out twice to inspect a 72 square foot addition to an existing deck. So, like, how I'm actually really, I talked to you on the phone about this earlier. Now I'm really concerned about the timing here compared to Ms. McIntosh's complaint and the turnaround time to notifying the owners of the property. And then, of course, because it had been so far along, I kind of feel like you effectively acted as counsel then to say, no, it's fine, go ahead, even though you've got this planning process to go through.
Again,
like if we were really wanted to stonewall here, like we could put these people in a really difficult position.
Again, through the chair, it was within a week. I don't have that at my fingertips. It may have been within hours. I can't answer that question right now.
That's unnerving. Okay. Is there anybody else in the committee that has a question or comment? Okay. There is a recommendation to approve the minor variance. Does anybody want to move it? Councillor Arts, seconded by Mayor DeVete. All those in favor? That's approved. Okay. Moving on. Final minor variance for the evening. Item 8.4 on the agenda, file numbers 821, 2020, 822, 2020, and 823, 2020. Go ahead, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Through the chair to all the committee members. So the application, this particular application for committee tonight does contemplate 3 separate minor variance applications. And the reason for doing so is they are inherently connected. So in this particular case, the purpose and effect of the minor variance applications is to seek relief from the Middlesex Center Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw as it relates to the minimum permissible exterior and interior side yard requirements, as well as the maximum permissible height in the urban residential first density UR1-4 zone in the Middlesex Center Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw. So the owner is requesting to have a minimum exterior side yard setback of 6 meters, a minimum interior side yard setback of 1.5 meters, and a maximum permissible height of 10 meters. The effect of the proposal is to facilitate the construction of 3 separate single detached residential homes. So for context, hope everyone can see that now. The subject property in this case is located at 120 Arthur Street in Kamoka. It is located on the south side of Duke Street on the south corner of the intersection at Arthur and Duke Street. The frontage of the properties actually are located on Duke Street, and addressing will reflect that upon final completion of a consent. So this property has an area of approximately 0.51 acres and was formerly occupied by a single detached dwelling, which you can kind of see on the location map there. The property is surrounded on all sides by residential development in the format of low density single detached homes. It is located within the settlement area, according to the County of Middlesex official plan, and is designated residential by the Middlesex Center official plan. And as previously noted, the lands are zoned urban residential first density, UR1-4 zone in the comprehensive zoning bylaw. So committee may recall that this particular site was previously the subject to a consent to sever application, which was B-23/19 and B-30/19, which did receive conditional approval on October 23rd, 2020, 2019, to establish 2 new residential building lots and maintain 1 building lot. It is also subject to consent application B-19/2020, which received conditional approval on September 15th, 2020, to establish an easement across the rear of the properties for the purposes of a shared sanitary service. So the applicant's request for minor variance for the application A21/2020 would be to permit a minimum exterior side yard of 6 meters, whereas currently right now 8 meters is required, and a minimum interior side yard setback of 1.5 meters, whereas 3 meters is currently required. The applicant is also requesting a maximum height of 10 meters, whereas the current zoning bylaw permits a maximum height of 8.5 meters. The applicant's request for minor variance applications A22/2020 and A23/2020 is to permit a minimum interior side yard setback of 1.5 meters on both sides, whereas the existing zoning bylaw requires 3 meters on one side and 2 meters on the other. The applicant, again, is also requesting a maximum height of 10 meters, whereas the existing zoning permits 8.5 meters. Staff have circulated the application in accordance with the Planning Act and received no comments from neighbors or property owners in advance of writing the report. I would note that a comment did come in tonight at 5:15, which stated that they had concerns on the proposed height of the buildings. And the concern in that case was that it did not meet the existing neighborhood heights that are within this particular area. Internal departments and agencies were also circulated, and no objections were raised. So based on the analysis in the planning report, staff is generally of the opinion that the applicant's proposal does meet the 4 tests for minor variances as stipulated in the Planning Act, as it is minor in nature, is appropriate and desirable, and meets the general intent of both the official planning zoning bylaw. We would note that generally the standards that are proposed here are reflected in very close proximity to this particular area. Mostly along, as you can kind of see on the map here, Prince Street as well as Caver Hill Crescent. A little further, I guess, what would that be, east or west of this particular site? So given the above, staff do recommend that minor variance applications A21/2020, A22/2020, and A23/2020 be approved. Thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay. Ms. Buren, if you're on the line, is there anything else you'd like to add? Ms. Buren?
Hello. Good evening. I hope you can hear me. I have nothing else to add.
Okay. We got the comment from the public earlier that Mr. Fitzgerald read. Is there anyone on the committee who has any questions or would like to make a comment? Seeing none, I guess as the counselor for the area, I should say that I think this is a little bit too much. I don't recall how we voted on splitting this into 3 properties, but splitting this into 3 properties and then also asking for setback changes and a height change, I think this is a step too far. And quite frankly, when you start to add minor variance plus minor variance plus minor variance, to me, this is no longer a minor variance. It completely changes the nature of this part of the neighborhood, Dan. A very old part of Kamoka, and certainly one that has very much a certain level of characteristics that most of the homes in the neighborhood have. I don't think you'll find anybody who lives there who thinks Prince Street and Kiver are the same part of Kamoka, if you want to put it that way. There's a completely new subdivision, and for the most part, a few existing homes on Prince Street. And it's just, if you actually go there, it feels like a completely different part of Kamoka. That being said, personally, I think this is a step too far, and I don't think that these meet, personally, the tests of a minor variance anymore, given the number of changes that have been applied for on this site, and shoehorning in with 1.4 meter setbacks on either side, and also increasing the height is, for me, just too much. So I will say that. Regardless, there is a recommendation to approve. Is there somebody on the committee who would like to make that motion? Councillor Arts, is there a seconder? Councillor Shipley, all those in favor? We got 5. All those opposed? 2. Okay, that's approved. Can I get a motion to move out of Committee of Adjustment and into public meeting, please? Councillor Heffernan, seconded by Deputy Mayor Brennan. All those in favor? And over to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I'm just going to make a few comments before we start as a reminder to those who may not have heard them. So members of the public that wish to participate in the public meeting virtually are required to notify staff in advance. This has been done. Comments have been received from a number of residents. The instructions on how to do that are published. If there are any questions in regards to the applications, then these need to be directed to the appropriate planner on file. Now, the remarks that our Committee of Adjustment that Derek outlined for the Committee of Adjustment are the same for the planning meeting. So we ask that each application is first of all presented by the planner, and then following we'll have the those who have requested time to speak. We give them 10 minutes to address to committee and make their comments public. And in keeping with our procedural bylaws, I want to remind everyone also that our procedural bylaw and the R zone are policies that we use to make sure we have effective meeting. We want respectful language used, and we want to uphold our values of cooperation, trust, and openness. So those are just reminders. I'm going to be watching the 10-minute mark too, and I'll try and give a little wave or something to make sure everybody knows that they're coming close to the end of their comments if they've not completed them. So without having to read all of that again, let's move to the first item, which is an application for zoning bylaw amendment filed by Zelenka Priamo. Matt Campbell will be presenting on behalf of Omnicare, otherwise known as County Terrace, and Omnicare Health Care CTGPC Co. Limited. I'll ask Marion to present our planner to present the overview of the report to start us off.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. So I'm just gonna share my screen with you to provide a location map. And hopefully everybody can see this location map on your screen. So the purpose of the requested zoning application is to rezone the lands from institutional to a site-specific urban residential third density zone. This zone is to permit medium density developments such as townhomes, multiple unit dwellings, and apartment dwellings. The intent of this development is to provide alternative forms of housing for seniors and retirees, and the housing would be operationally connected with the Country Terrace long-term care facility next door. The lands are located at 10072 Oxbow Drive, which is on the north side of Oxbow Drive and west of Union Avenue in Kamoka. The lands are currently zoned institutional and designated medium density residential within the official plan. So as a result of the lot addition, which was conditionally approved by council in September, the lands are approximately 2 hectares in area, or just under 5 acres, and has frontage onto Oxbow Drive. And I'll quickly switch over to the conceptual site plan provided by the applicant. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so hopefully everyone can see the conceptual site plan highlighted in green and yellow. So this site plan, as you can see, has 50 townhouse uses on the site. The requested zoning reflects this proposed development, which would address the following standards: minimum lot frontage, minimum lot depth, minimum side yard setback, maximum lot coverage, and the number of townhouse units within a building. The rest of the conceptual development is in conformity with the standards of the zoning bylaw within the urban residential third density zone. So notice of the application and the public meeting was circulated to area residents ahead of the September 2020 meeting and ahead of this meeting. We received a number of comments from residents with the following concerns. The development reduces future expansion of the nursing home and eliminates other institutional uses. The community would be better served with more long-term care beds. Additionally, the size and design of the units do not reflect what would be targeted towards senior living and may be more appealing to families or other users. There's no common areas proposed for social events. The Komoka Seniors Apartments design would be a better fit for an aging in place type of development. The requested UR3 zone or the urban residential third density zone to be more in line with the general zone. There's concerns about the design of the development in terms of the streets, having dead-end streets at each block. There's also concern about the removal of trees, especially along Oxwood Drive and along the perimeter of the property. There's also concern about that the development will impact adjacent private property. There's concern about privacy and safety since some of the existing abutting housing has smaller backyards, and that's primarily to the north and to the east of the lands. And there's potential that the users of the units would be different than the existing community. Lastly, one of the concerns that was raised is that the proposed density is much greater than the existing neighborhood. Additionally, we did receive comments from agencies, including the Canadian Pacific Railway, who recommended adherence to their guidelines. And this addresses setbacks, noise, and vibration mitigation within proximity to the railway. And as mentioned previously at the last staff meeting, staff will provide more detailed comments at the time of site plan review, and they have no concerns with the proposed rezoning. So in light of the comments from the public and from the agencies, planning staff concluded that while the residential use is compatible with the surrounding uses, there are some adjustments to the requested zone that can be made in order to deem this development appropriate for the site within the existing area. So first, the applicant has requested multiple unit dwellings and apartment dwellings as part of permitted uses. Apartment dwellings and multiple unit dwellings can include nursing homes and retirement homes, such as the Komoka Seniors Apartments, for example. But it can include other forms of higher density development. So as such, staff recommend that these two permitted uses be removed in order to provide greater certainty for council and for the community, and that the specific uses of nursing home and retirement home be added as permitted uses, and this is in addition to the townhouse dwelling units. Staff also recommend a greater minimum side yard setback along the easterly property line abutting the residential uses, and this would be a minimum of 4.5 meters. This is consistent with and a continuation of the current side yard setback within the institutional zone. Similarly, staff is recommending that there is a greater rear yard setback from the northerly property line. And this would be the greater of what is recommended by the noise impact assessment, or 9 meters. And again, the 9 meters is consistent and a continuation of the current rear yard setback within the institutional zone. The maximum height for all uses is recommended to be 12 meters. And again, this is consistent with institutional zone. Currently within the urban residential third density zone, 20 meters is the maximum height. The maximum density is also recommended to be capped at 25 units per hectare, and that's reflective of the design pattern that you see before you in the conceptual design. The official plan policies do allow for greater densities up to 50 units per hectare. However, these densities would be more appropriate along key corridors such as Glendon Drive or Komoka Road, and that can support the increase in population and that are generally in proximity to amenities and can support additional traffic. Lastly, as a result of comments from the railway company, a holding symbol or H3 be placed on the property to require a noise impact analysis be conducted and included as part of the site plan review. In addition, as with all new medium density development within Comoke and Kilworth, holding symbols H6 and H7 be applied to the property to require a public site plan review, and that an urban design brief be completed as part of the site plan review. So given the above, staff determined that the requested zoning as recommended by staff maintain the intent of policies of the official plan and county plan and is consistent with the PPS and should be approved. I'll be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you for the presentation, Marion. Are there, oh, sorry, I'll ask if Matt Campbell, who's the agent for the application, will present next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Matt Campbell. I'm with Zelenka Priamo. We're the agent on behalf of the applicant. And with me as well is Big. He's working with Omni on this development. So we can answer any other questions that either are new questions or questions that weren't answered at the last public meeting. Marion, thanks very much for that presentation and the staff report. We've gone through it and are in agreement with the majority of the zoning recommendations. There's a couple items I do want to touch on. First of all, we recognize that there is a desire in the community for an expansion for long-term care, additional long-term care beds. The reality of the situation is that Omni is responding to the market needs and the funding that is provided by the ministry. So what we know is that there's an expansion to Country Terrace that's going on right now. And that was a result of the ministry's direction for that number of units. And it's a big jump in, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a request for additional funding from the ministry for an expanded long-term care facility beyond what the current expansion is. And that was not provided by the ministry. So we're kind of at the ministry's will when it comes to providing additional long-term care beds. In this case, Omni is again responding to market needs and providing a form of housing that allows residents to age in place. But I also want to note that the residents for this proposed development may not be limited to any one particular demographic. So in addition to seniors and people who may be transitioning to the long-term care facility, there may be other people who want to occupy these units, say a grandson or another family member that would like to live in close proximity to their family. It's this part of this holistic view of keeping people within the same community and keeping people together and connected. So that's one of the reasons that we're looking at providing townhouses here as well. So specifically, some of the zoning regulations that have changed since the last public meeting. There's the specific setbacks. In particular, the site plan that we have, it shows an 8.6 meter rear yard setback, where staff are recommending a 9 meter rear yard setback. That's a difference of 40 centimeters. We can clearly account for that. The same thing with the side yard setback. That's right at the front of the site. On the site plan, it's unit 10, right close to Oxbow. We can clearly move some units around and accommodate that setback there. The two issues with zoning that we perceive is we actually requested an exemption, or rather a special provision, to permit 10 townhouse units in one building, and that's what's shown on our plan, whereas the standard regulation is 8 units in a row. And the reason that we requested the 10 units in a row is that in addition to these units, they're one-story units. We can make much more efficient use of land and provide an efficient single-story development with appropriate buffers, landscaping, that sort of thing. I understand in the staff report they're recommending against that. And I was hoping that maybe we can open up discussion as to why that may be, because that 10 units per building, that's really integral to this development and having the site function the way that we intended it to. I also note that there's another recommended regulation about the front yard setback and how it relates to the garage. There's in the draft bylaw, I believe that's actually worded a little bit awkwardly. I think we may need to look at that again. I think it actually reads the opposite way that staff may have intended it to be. So those are the two items that we're a little concerned about and aren't necessarily in line with the request that we made to the municipality. Other than those, we're happy to answer any other questions. We're happy with the remainder of the staff report and all the other regulations that are being supported here. And I fully acknowledge that I think the intent of limiting some of the uses and adding some of the other uses like nursing home and retirement home speaks to the need and the desire of the community for the potential for an expanded long-term care facility at this location in the future, which I can't say may or may not occur, but it certainly leaves the door open to it. So I'm happy to answer any of the questions that staff or council, the public may have. And again, we have Zbig from Omni here that can do the same. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Matt. Marion, I think it's maybe appropriate that you comment on what we just heard.
Thank you, through Madam Mayor, to Council. With regard to Matt's comments about the exemption to permit 10 townhouse units instead of 8 townhouse units, staff recommended against this approach just to avoid like a larger wall or a row of townhouses. This is primarily to appease some of the neighbors to the north and to the east who had concerns about having the amount of units backing onto their property. However, that is going up to 9 or to 10 units within a row. I think that would be sufficient for staff to support in the future. But however, we did have concerns about having that additional massing and scale and having that long row. So it's more of an aesthetics reason and to avoid any negative impacts onto abutting neighbors. With regard to the front yard setback as relates to the garage, I can work with Matt on that, and this was directly to address the policies of the official plan to avoid, the typical snout house developments. I noted that within the proposed site plan that the applicant had provided us, there was a very minuscule projection of the garage, and it might have been minor in nature, but I just want to clarify that for in the bylaw itself and then to the applicant.
All right, thank you very much. Matt, did I hear you say that Zbig Vlasek was with you?
He's not physically with me, no. He's on this call though, yes.
He's next on my list, and I just wanted to make sure that he was going to speak and that you hadn't spoken for him.
No. He's on the call. I can see his name there. Yeah, and we were corresponding just before this meeting. I do just want to make a couple of points there in regards to the 10 units there. I fully recognize that there were comments from the neighbors, obviously not wanting a row of townhouses there. But the reality of the situation is that these are one-story units. And if we're concerned about massing, I think it's important to consider that a typical townhouse development would be 2 or 3 stories. We're proposing 1, and if we were required to do the 8 units, what would result would be a narrow separation between the units that really wouldn't serve any function. And visually, I don't think it would actually break up any sort of massing at all. And we can provide some, there's going to be amenity features at the rear, unique decks, things of that nature. That's really going to provide some sort of breaking up the massing of the building. Again, really, it's one story. And furthermore, to the consideration of the neighbors, there's going to be fencing and landscaping along the rear. And in our experience, when we do multiple rows of evergreen plantings, really you're not going to see that much through there anyways. And that alone would break up those view sheds. So I'd just like to offer that for council's consideration. I they recognize the comments from the neighbors, but we'd really like to be able to have those 10 units in there.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vlasek, would you like to speak?
Yes, just wanted to touch base on these long-term care facility. The project next door, the long-term care, we are doing a renovation to the current property. We did make application to the Ministry of Long-Term Care for a greater number of beds that were allocated, and we were given 8. And that application was made in excess of 3 years ago, and the possibility of getting another long-term care redesign or additional beds for this property is minimal. It wouldn't happen over the next several years. By the time we finish the development that is proposed, we are up for site plan approval on the adjacent lands and waiting for the ministry to provide their development agreement. One of the things that we did find in some of the other communities that we have seen is the need for spouses, for example, to be close to their ailing partner. They don't want to be hundreds of miles or kilometers away from them. There's no allocation as to where you will go to a long-term care facility. If you live in Komoka, you may be in whoever knows as to wherever there's a bed available, that's where you go. So when somebody does go into a long-term care facility, there's that underlying need of that spouse to wanting to be close. They've been together for 50, 60 years of marriage, and they don't want to be apart. And we found a great need for that. And that's one of the needs that we want to serve, one of the needs. Another aspect, and Matt spoke to it, there's also the younger generation, the grandson, granddaughter that has a relationship with their grandparents. They're in a position to provide emotional care, support for the individual. And that's one of the other aspects that we're looking at providing for this facility. So they are joined together. One will support the other. And that's why we wanted to maintain that flexibility as to the demographics that would go in there. I'm available to answer any questions that might come.
Thank you for that. The next speaker is Mr. Houghton. He's the resident. Are you on the line?
Hello, this is Paul.
Thank you. We can hear you well, Paul.
Okay. Just letting you know, when I'm on the phone and looking at Zoom, you lag about 30 seconds. So if you're going to put your hand up to say I'm talking too long, it won't come up to about 30 seconds, but I'm not going to talk long.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my first point, the municipal staff are doing their best to address the community concerns, and their efforts to mitigate these current concerns or support of the public is appreciated. Thank you, Marion. However, there is much more work to be done as far as the community goes. Based on what I heard at the last public meeting, it did not appear that the council had much of an opportunity, if any, to discuss this proposal with Omnicare prior to the meeting. Before acting on this zoning application, I would respectfully request that as part of due diligence, council staff and the Economic Development Officer meet with Omnicare to discuss options from this property that can meet the needs of the community. The zoning should not be changed until after this meeting has been held and an updated proposed site plan is agreed to with specific zoning applied as required. We consider Omnicare as an important partner to the community. I've already heard maybe reasons why a long-term care extension isn't possible, but there is a gap between basically senior apartments or whatever it is to where you actually get apartments with food, etc. That's not long-term care. I'm having a problem remembering the wording for that. But anyway, it's more of a retirement home. Thank you. I got it now. So more of a retirement home versus just places for people to stay. So there is a gap in between what I'm talking about. Anyway, recognizing my opinions may not align with everybody in the community, I offer the following as an opinion on acceptance of developing this property. I've got a list of things from where, what's most acceptable to the community down to least acceptable. The first point I'd have is, as far as the community, I'm speaking for institutional build options. So with respect to that, we'd really retaining the institutional zoning and expand the nursing home. We already heard on that one, but beyond also about a retirement home. And I don't know if there's any option or any possibilities, but when you look in Kaboka-Kilworth area and probably the whole township actually, retirement home beds, I think we're only looking at 12 or 15 or something like that. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we actually have a retirement home where there's smaller apartments. People are in there for various reasons. They need health support. We talk about aging in place. Unfortunately, we also have to talk about dying in place. And if we are in a situation, I've seen it already personally myself, if we have older couples that require some food support or meals, not ready for long-term care, but they encounter a problem with their health, they don't want to be uprooted. They want to stay where they are. And I think that's important. And that is the gap I was trying to talk to earlier, where I understand the position of people coming to visit and want to stay local. But I also think the fact that we're underserving a retirement home, I don't know if there's any way that Omnicare would even look at that. But that's what this meeting I was talking about earlier was. I hope this situation that the first time the council saw this was, with the request for the zoning. I'm hoping that some discussion, if there wasn't, as partners of the community, I'm hoping that Omnicare would at least talk to council and, see if there's other options. That being said, as far as this land, I already said, prefer a retirement home. In my pre-mail, I've talked about the building options, and I'm not going to go through them, but basically they start with, if you're putting detached single-family homes in here, nobody's really going to be saying anything. And I think at the very bottom of the list are attached townhomes for rentals, because there's a certain uncertainty there that single-family homes in the area really would be not happy about. And at the previous meeting, it was talk about condominiums and the fact that the only way you could restrict it to like a senior community, which I think would be actually a good spot for this too as well, was through a condominium agreement. So the condominium agreement to me is fundamental to this project that the townhomes go through. I'm also now going to move in to say, if there's going to be no more meetings between Omnicare and we're just going to go ahead with the townhomes, I've got to protect myself for future appeals, etc. So I'm going to state some of my objections officially in public so that they can be used if necessary later on. A small point on my pre-mail for Marion, there was a couple of things transcribed in my comments from the previous meeting. I'm not going to go through them. I think, Marion, you've probably already seen that. I'm just going to say, just change the record or update the record somehow. So now I'm going to go into some of the things that I wanted to talk about specifically. I talked about dead-end streets in my previous public meeting and we talked about the fact that there wasn't a road connecting all those dead ends. I've been enlightened by staff to say that these are private roads that really don't have much input. I would still say that our firefighters are going to go in there. If any of those streets are blocked and they're trying to get in, it's going to be a problem. I also have concerns safety-wise, none of my business maybe, but they're 330 feet long. And that means garbage trucks, moving vans, everything else is going to drive in and back out. I think due to the fact that the municipality will be approving the site plan, I think we really have to consider the safety of the site. There used to be no dead ends. Okay, so enough said on that. I am just going to say that I request that a north-south road on the east side of the property be designed to interconnect the proposed streets and to improve safety. And in turn, this would actually create a circular path around that whole complex. And we talk about health. Would be a nice walking path around there too, if you can share that with the vehicles. I'm going to now talk about the public meeting notice. And I'm going to comment on the purpose and effect of the application wording that was used. And I'm going to say that the notice did not indicate that these buildings were going to be rental units and that they were not going to be age restricted. This point is material in nature with respect to the public's understanding and consideration of the development as to whether support or objected. By omission, this should require another circulation and a public meeting. Also, as presented in the circular, that the association mentioned as being with Country Terrace for the coordination of healthcare needs, which is true, but it is actually irrelevant with respect to the zoning change. The association with Omnicare can disappear very quickly with the sale of the land. This association is more of a landlord-tenant, and that relationship should have been noted in the circular. If these units are not going to be age restricted under a condominium agreement, then I would request that those in the circulation area be sent a clarification noting the rental aspect and lack of age restrictions. And then based on the response to this communication, the municipality can gauge if the fact whether these are rentals or condominiums are actually important to the community. If nobody responds, then no need to have another meeting, nothing like that. Carry on. I'm going to say again, a lot of the uncertainty objections would disappear if Omnicare developed the housing under a leasehold condominium agreement with age restrictions. Maybe some units could be reserved for short-term rentals or emergency situations, and Omnicare had talked to the fact that some of their board would want to buy these condominiums possibly. Again, I request that this site be developed under a plan of condominium with senior age restrictions. I'm also going to consider this as an infill development. Introducing rental areas in this area is not compatible and negatively affects the adjoining landowners. We really, at this point, have very few rental areas or rental homes in Kamoka, and so adding rentals are a good thing in one part. Great thing to have down by the Brantham even development and brand new development. But we've actually got established homeowners there who have been there for about 5, 6, 7 years. We've got new ones on the one side, but I think this is a bad place to just have an open-ended rental area. And I'm going to also say I object to the zoning application and consent from the September 23rd public meeting, that these were separated from this zoning amendment request. This phased approach has created an expectation of approval and severely impacts the leverage of public comments on the zoning approval requested at today's meeting. I think all this should have been kept together as a package. Unfortunately, I wasn't quick enough on the appeal process on the first zoning changes, because I would have said they need to be kept together as a package. When you split things up, everybody, to me, loses control of the situation. And finally, if the planner's recommendation to have the number of attached units limited to 8, as per the existing bylaw, is not upheld, I object to the requested change by the developer to increase to 10. I'm going to say every developer now to date in the last 30 years has been able to keep to the 8 minimum or maximum. If you drive through London, you look around at their places, maximum seems to be about 6. I don't know what they legally do, but the issue is when you have 10, you have got a block situation, you've got houses back to back. If you got emergency services or fires coming through, that is, to get into the backyard is a problem. So to go with a big 10, I disagree with, and that little gap, even very small, would allow fire access into the backyards. I'm all about emergencies, and I respect firemen have a hard enough job doing what they got to do. And if they're fronted with 330 feet of building without a break, that's like fighting a fire in the city of London. And these are volunteer firemen. So if they want to get into the backyard, it's going to be a problem. So that's enough of my discussion. I hope I didn't run over my 10 minutes. I apologize if I did. And like I said, we lag 30 seconds behind, so I can't see anybody's faces and expressions. So I will be quiet now and turn it back to the chair.
Thank you very much for your comments. And the timing was good. The 30 minutes actually just worked out perfectly. So I have to move to council now to see what questions they would like to ask of the planners or agent or the presenters. We'll start with Councillor Arts.
Through your Madam Chair to the presenter. Personally, I'd like to see like a seniors complex like they've been building in Strathroy, like around one of the last ones is around that Bear Creek Country Club. And I have a real hard time of giving zoning approval before we see the site plan. Personally, it should be the other way around in my books. I want to see your final site plan before we give you a zoning bylaw change. Thank you.
Oops, sorry, I forgot my.
Looks like Mr. Campbell would like to reply to that.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was unsure if I was the presenter. I assumed I was.
No, just to clarify, then I'm not looking for a response unless there's a question asked. There was no question asked. It was a point of view. And that's just the way the process works. So yeah, I'm looking for questions from people now if they want to ask or if they have a viewpoint or clarification. Oh, Councillor Silva, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Campbell or anybody else on Omnicare's side who would like to respond. I don't buy this as much as I adored my grandparents before they passed away. I don't buy this, oh, well, it could be a grandson or granddaughter who wants to move in nearby. I think that's really just a really polite way of saying this is not an age restricted development, and therefore anybody could move in. And if that's what you want to do, fine, just be plain about it. But I don't buy this argument that that's why you want to leave it open the way it is. I didn't agree with everything Mr. Houghton said, but I do agree with the sense that either this would be better as an assisted living facility, I think is what he was going for, or and I'm not going to pretend that the money's there right now to build that sort of thing. I think there's certainly the demand for it, but either that or some sort of age restriction, because that realistically is the more likely set of tenants or owners or whomever who would want to move, as was mentioned earlier, to make sure that they're near their spouse. So I'll add on top of that, I don't think, Mr. Campbell, you actually want this to be approved as is tonight, because you had some reservations earlier around the number of units and I think there was a garage or something like that earlier. So you let me know if I'm wrong, please. But regardless, I had this same concern with the proposal behind the Petro-Canada station at Kamoka and Glendon. No restrictions, just targeted at seniors. Seems like we're getting the same proposal here. If you really intend it to be for seniors, then let's make it for seniors. I think there's other ways to address housing concerns for sons, daughters, granddaughters, grandsons, and everyone in between for people who could be at Omnicare.
Through the chair to Councillor Silva, that's a great point. So there were two clear points that you made there. The second point was that we were not looking to have the bylaw as it's written on council's agenda this evening approved. That's correct. We need some tweaks to that. Number one, we would like the special regulation as requested for the number of townhouses in a building added. And I think we need to look at the wording of the one condition regarding the garages. Again, I think it's just a typo. I've seen certain councils amend bylaws, like draft bylaws on the floor. Maybe we can do that tonight. If not, then you're right. Then no. I see you're shaking your head there. So yeah, that's correct.
I'm not a fan of that approach. I think people just end up being more confused when we could probably just do that in January instead.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. To your first point, yeah, this is not what is being referred to as an age-restricted development. Under, I believe it's the Ontario Charter of Rights and Freedoms, we can't do that. That's a human rights issue that you cannot, and especially under the Planning Act, we cannot limit the any particular demographic that would occupy these units. And I believe that is specifically because the long-term care facilities and retirement homes, they are under the purview of the Ministry of Long-Term Care. And there are specific provisions in the Planning Act that allow those units to be defined separately under the zoning bylaw. So that's why you have those specifically defined uses. You have a nursing home, a retirement home. They're specifically for those age brackets. Whereas other forms of housing, apartment buildings, townhouses, single family homes, they're not able to be restricted. That's my understanding of the legislation that we have to work with. And I'm not aware of any development of this nature that has that age restriction in place, and certainly nothing that would be implemented through zoning. Mr. Howden mentioned that there may be some sort of mechanism through a condominium. I'm not aware of that. If he can point us to that, that may be worthwhile. But Councillor Silva, to your point, no, this is not intended to be any sort of formal age restriction. The term targeted is likely, the more appropriate term to use. It's targeted to a specific demographic, but not limited to.
Okay, that's fair. I will make one other point. And I'm not looking for Mr. Houghton to comment if he's still on the line. Just one more quick point in that when it comes to the community, and I don't know who Mr. Houghton is speaking on behalf of, I haven't heard from anybody in the area. If the applicant were to change their mind and apply for, I'll call it an assisted living facility instead, most of which I think are privately funded and much more expensive potentially than any other arrangement, I would be careful about wanting that sort of thing, because every assisted living facility I see these days are 2 or 3 stories tall. And so whereas these are proposed to be 1 story, certainly I think that's a much better approach. And personally, I'm just really sick and tired of this stigma against rental housing. Everybody needs a place to live. So that sort of sentiment falls on deaf ears with me. That's it for me.
Thanks for your comments. Are there other councillors that have questions or want clarification? Councillor Heffernan.
Yes, through the mayor. Looking at this application, it seems to be moving along pretty quick, that we haven't had time really to look into a lot of stuff. For example, I do agree that there isn't any room there for emergency vehicles to get in or to turn around. As far as it was kind of presented that this was for seniors, and now we're saying that anybody can live there really. And yet we do know of local long-term care places where there are senior, now they're apartments, but they're located right on the site or right beside the building, and they are designed for spouses or not necessarily just seniors that want to live there, knowing that they'll go to the long-term care home. So yeah, to me, it's too dense for one thing. So I agree that the unit should be lessened. I don't have an issue with there being rented because, you can have long-term tenants that are quite good. I'm just concerned that also at some point or another, if it's for any ages at any time, the owner could then decide to sever that property and sell it. And the intent all along has been to connect it to the nursing home as far as we've been told. So those are my comments. And so, like I said, I think we're moving a bit too fast here before getting the questions all verified.
Marion, I'm wondering, at present, I'm hearing, well, different positions and views. Is there anything, do you want to comment on your report in terms of what you've heard and the recommendations that you've presented and next steps?
Or through you, Madam Mayor, to council. So based on my report, I had recommended that the zoning be approved, and similar to Mr. Campbell's response in terms of having that age restriction in place through the zoning, that's something that typically planning can't comment on because we are looking at the built form itself and the type of uses, but not necessarily the users. Typically, when we do see retirement style developments coming up, whether it's, condominiums along the lake shore or some that are along or within a country club, those are definitely more marketing schemes. It's very difficult to have something in an agreement to have an age restriction in place. So it really comes down to how those units are marketed. I did look at some other developments within the area and from municipalities to the east of us as well. And they've taken a similar approach in terms of having this type of zoning. There's no doubt that residential uses is compatible with the residential use in the area. It's just a matter of how it looks and how it impacts the existing community. With that, I recognize Mr. Campbell's concerns. I'm willing to work with him and to kind of rectify those issues, as well as other issues that are presented by council as well. So if it is the wish of council, it can be deferred to a later meeting. We can work on those two zoning standards, as well as any other issues that have come up, as well as if staff would like to review any other applications or review, I guess, a revision of the site plan based on the zoning standards by the applicant. That's also an option that they can have before voting on the zoning.
Okay, thank you for your comments, and I'll ask for a motion to, oh, go ahead.
Through your mayor, I got a question for Marion. If we approve this bylaw amendment, can we still not approve any site plan that we don't agree with, or we put ourselves in a corner where we can't? If we give them if we pass this bylaw, can they basically change their minds and we have nothing to stop them with? I guess there's that not allowed to be asked? Sorry.
Through the chair, just to clarify, at this time, it appears we may be receiving advice from our staff that if council is comfortable placing a recommendation to refer this back to staff on the floor, that would allow time for some of these discussions and information to be shared. So that is what the comment we just heard from our planning staff. And I believe our chair was preparing to request of council a motion to be put on the floor to refer it. Thank you.
I apologize.
Not at all. That's okay. Good question. That's exactly this next step was to say there are question marks. My motion was going to be to ask for support to defer. So Deputy Mayor Brennan and Mercer, thank you for your motion, and Councillor Scott is seconding. Is everyone in favor?
Through the chair, could we clarify the time and place of the referral? When are we referring this matter to? Is there a specific time or simply to allow staff more time for analysis? That's That's very helpful for the record. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
So, and that was, okay. Okay, thank you very much for your thoughtful comments and presentations. We had a lot of information there, so I think this is probably a good idea. Just let's digest it and come back and have another chat about it. Thank you, everyone, and we'll move to the next item, which is application for zoning bylaw amendment for Clear Skies Phase 3 and redlined draft plan subdivision for Clear Skies Phase 3 filed by Sifton Properties Limited on behalf of Numbered Company Ontario. Again, Marion is the planner for this file, and if you would like to give your report, please.
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'll just give me 1 second, I'll share my screen. Okay, so the purpose of this report is to provide a recommendation regarding the rezoning request to rezone a portion of the subject lands, which is known as Phase 3 of the Clear Skies subdivision. This zoning specifically would only apply to Block 325, which on your screen is outlined in this yellow highlight, and to lots 264 to 285, which is outlined in the green, sorry, in the orange. So additionally, the applicant has also provided a red line revision request to Phase 3 of the subdivision, which accounts for the development style that's being proposed through the rezoning, such as the street townhouses, and it renumbers the remainder of the lots. So the lands are located west of Hyde Park Road and north of Stonefield Lane in Ilderton. Block 325 specifically is approximately 2.4 hectares in area, or just under 6 acres. And lots 264 to 285 are approximately 0.84 hectares or 2 acres in total. So I'll start off with the request for the rezoning, which is essentially in 2 parts. The first request will rezone the existing medium density block from urban residential third density exception 7 to urban residential third density exception 11. This is also consistent with the request previously approved by council for the smaller medium density block within the Clear Sky subdivision. This site specific zone would permit apartment dwellings, multiple unit dwellings, townhouse dwellings, and semi-detached dwellings. The zone would also revise the lot area, lot frontage, lot depth, rear yard setback, and maximum lot coverage, the floor area for townhouse and semi-detached dwellings, and as well as the maximum density and side yard setbacks for all uses on the site. The second request is applicable specifically to lots 264 and 285, and it's to add a zone or essentially create a split zone by retaining the urban residential first density exception zone that permits single detached dwellings and add a new site-specific urban residential density, third density zone that permits townhouses as well. The requested zone would also address standards such as lot frontage, lot area, and setbacks from the rear yard and side yard, lot coverage, and maximum density. The application and notice of public meeting was circulated to area residents and agencies ahead of the public meeting and the meeting tonight. We received comments from a resident regarding stormwater management, parking, school capacity, servicing capacity, traffic, garbage collection, emergency response, and hydro provision. The applicant, the school board staff, and municipal staff had responded to this area resident, and it's noted within the staff report. Overall, staff confirmed that the stormwater management and technical design is addressed through the development agreement of Phase 3 for the subdivision or through site plan control for this medium density block specifically. The school board had also confirmed that it had accounted for higher density development and can accommodate additional students. Further, there is enough servicing capacity within Ilderton for the increase in units. As a result of the feedback provided by council and the public, staff are satisfied that the additional zoning of lots 264 to 285 are appropriate for the lands, as it provides more flexibility for housing forms and tenure along Street A and provides for a better transition from the medium density block to the rest of the subdivision. With regard to block 325, staff are satisfied that the rezoning request is appropriate, subject to a few revisions as a result of the increase in density. First, staff recommend that apartment dwellings and multiple unit dwellings be removed as a permitted use if the increase in density is approved. The traffic generated by a potential of 108 units will flow through Street A to Hyde Park Road or to Stonefield Lane, and then onto Hyde Park or Ilderton Road. And this flow through the community is something that the official plan policies are trying to avoid. Additionally, on-site visitor parking was brought to council's attention at the previous meeting. The zoning bylaw doesn't contain any standards for visitor parking. As such, staff recommend that a minimum visitor parking rate of 0.1 spaces per unit be introduced to the site. This is similar to the request on the Wellness Center lands in Kilworth and the standards that are currently used by the City of London. And the applicant is currently exceeding this requirement within their conceptual plans. Given the above, planning staff recommend that the requested zoning, as recommended by staff, maintains the intent of medium density residential development on the lands. Planning staff recommend that the requested amendment as amended be approved, as the proposal is consistent with the PPS, the county plan, and Middlesex Center official plan. Further, staff are satisfied that the red line revisions to the draft approved plan are minor in nature and do not substantially affect the layout or design of the subdivision and should be supported by council. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation, Marion. I turn now to Maureen Zunti, who's the agent on the application. And I believe Phil Mashlin will be joining Maureen.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks very much to staff for preparing the recommendation and supporting us in general. We do appreciate it. We are in general satisfied with the staff report. As mentioned at the public meeting, one of the main reasons that we were looking for a change to the multifamily zoning for the multifamily block was to allow for the flexibility for vacant land condominiums. And we felt that it was probably easiest to just go with the same zone that was recently approved for our block to the south, rather than going through another separate special provision zone. I just ask one question to Marion. You mentioned that you were recommending removal of the apartments and multiple unit dwellings from the zone. And I was wondering, are stacked townhouses still permitted? Because we would like to have stacked townhouses in there, I think, just in case that becomes one of the options for the internal site plan.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I can respond to Ms. Zunti. Stacked townhouses would be considered multiple unit dwellings, so with the removal of that, they wouldn't be permitted. Staff are just concerned with the amount of traffic that could be generated on the site. I note that in the conceptual plans, only 72 units are proposed, and this would be sufficient. But if it is built out to a maximum of 108 units based on the current density, proposed maximum density of 3 units per hectare, this might be too intensive for the site. So we can either work on the density or work on the multiple unit dwellings, but there's just a bit of a disconnect between the amount of impact there would be if there were 108 units potentially on the site.
I'll actually maybe just ask, seeing as Phil is in participating as well, ask him whether or not he feels that we want to try and have the stacked townhouses, or if we are okay with just townhouses.
Okay, I'm not sure how this relates to the issue that we're dealing with here right now. I think the discussion about stacked townhouses is outside the scope of what we're talking about here, I think is what I'm saying. So if you want to take that discussion offline, if there's nothing else from the agent or the applicant, then I could move on to the next presenters. Is that okay? Marion, you're done with?
Okay.
Yeah? Okay, thank you. There were no public members who have registered to comment on this application. So next in line are councillors. I entertain any questions. Councillor Heffernan.
Through the mayor. So I just want to clarify. So the difference from the original plan is you're adding the 14 additional street townhomes. So this project is moving from 72, which the original plan calls for, to 108. That doesn't make sense, but anyway, the numbers I have is 108. So Marion, you are saying that there could be different types of townhomes, but the density can only be 108. And we are actually approving that tonight, that the density would be 108 as one of the things we're approving.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Heffernan. The 22 units is with reference to specifically lots 264 to 285. And those are the amount of lots that are, amount of units that would be permitted on those lots. Specifically with the density that Ms. Cynthia was referring to is for the medium density block alone. The proposed density is 43 units per hectare, which based on the lot the way it is, if you were to build an apartment building or something that is more vertical that can accommodate more units, you could have a maximum of 100 or potential of 108 units on that site based on 43 units per hectare and the size of the site. If townhouses as proposed through that conceptual site plan that the applicant had provided, if that does go forward or stacked townhouse development goes forward, there are certain provisions or standards in place which could limit the density or the amount of total units on the site. That includes like your side yard setbacks, your rear yard setbacks, and things like that, which would all be an account of the development.
Follow on.
Okay, so basically I'm thinking of the density, like how many people. So 108 units basically is what the plan is for at this point. That may be lessened, but it won't be more than that. Is that correct?
Through Madam Mayor, to Councillor Heffernan, that is correct. It's just a potential of a maximum of 108 units that could be permitted on that site, but it could be less.
Okay, and so the drainage and the water services have already been included in the original plan, so these 14 extra units aren't going to make a difference. And just to comment on the school, the schools have said that they have a school for the people, which will be at Oxbow, but Oxbow School is over capacity at the present time, as far as I know, unless things changed in the last year. So that's just a comment that in Ilderton, the Oxbow School is over capacity. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Heffernan. Other questions? I'm sorry, Councillor Silva, pardon me. Go ahead.
No worries. I'm still having a hard time understanding exactly what's being asked for tonight. We have a preliminary site plan for block 325, which we've seen more or less before. Then somebody mentioned potentially stacked housing. Where exactly would that potentially go if we got to that point?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Silva. Stacked townhouses are technically multiple unit dwellings per the definition of the zoning bylaw. My recommendation is to remove multiple unit dwellings and apartment dwellings, just as a result of the increase in density of the site and the fact that you can accommodate more units on that site. So that's where the stacked townhouse is coming up in the conversation.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I'm inclined to agree. I think this is plenty dense already. I don't know where Ms. Zunti and Mr. Mashaline, where you live, but this is not the City of London. We don't want it to be the City of London or any other major urban area. There might be a place for stacked housing somewhere, but given the density of this property already, I think you've probably reached your max with this council. At least I'll speak for myself, and it sounds like Councillor Heffernan would agree. So unless you want to withdraw, personally, I'm okay with that recommendation to remove provisions for multiple dwelling and apartment dwellings in the zoning bylaw.
So the motion that we have before us addresses the red line changes as illustrated in the diagram, right? So as I say, the conversation about stacked housing and densities of density of stacked housing is, I think, outside the scope of what is being presented here. Okay, is everyone clear on that? So that we have a motion before us. If there are no other questions, and I think I see none now, the motion, I would entertain a motion that the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment as amended and filed by Sifton Properties on behalf of the numbered company Ontario Inc. to rezone the lands to site-specific urban residential third density exception, UR 3-11 zone for the lands described as block 325, and to add a new site-specific urban residential third density exception 13, that is a UR 3-13 zone to the lands described as lots 264 to 285 on concession part lot as registered in the detail there in the municipality of Middlesex Centre be approved, and that the County of Middlesex be advised that the Middlesex Centre recommends the red line revisions of phase 3 of the draft approved plan of subdivision, and that it is considered a minor change. Is there a mover? Councillor Scott, and seconded by Councillor Heffernan. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Okay, thank you everyone for your time and presentations. And we'll move to application for draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment filed by Kevin Muir of GSP Group on behalf of Numbered Company Ontario Limited. Just a second here, I'm just checking to see who we have coming. All right, we'll start with the presentation then from our planner. Again, Marion, if you would present your report, please.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. The purpose of this report is solely to provide information to Council about the plan of subdivision and rezoning application for the lands at 10125 Oxbow Drive, or the plan of subdivision that's known as Cunny Blue. The property is located on the south side of Oxbow Drive and east of Kamoka Road. It's approximately 7.7 hectares or 19 acres in area, and bound by agricultural and residential uses to the north, the Fire Rock Golf Club to the east, and Kamoka Park and Kamoka Community Center and residential uses to the south. The property is currently designated residential in the Middlesex Centre official plan and zoned extractive industrial. The property is vacant of any development, and as you can see from the location map, there was a borrow pit located on the site as well. So the applicant is proposing to redevelop the lands for residential purposes, and this consists of 49 lots for single detached dwellings, 1 lot for a single detached dwelling or open space area just due to the size and the lotting pattern, 8 lots for street townhouses, 1 block for a stormwater management pond, and 2 streets. So you see Street A, which is more like a crescent shape and connects to Oxbow Drive twice, and Street B, which runs parallel to Oxbow Drive. Additionally, a pedestrian path is proposed along the southern boundary of the property from the southwesternmost corner of the lot to the edge of the stormwater management pond. And the existing pit would be retained by the owner and become a buildable lot for a single detached dwelling. It is not part of this plan of subdivision, but is subject to the zoning bylaw amendment application. And lastly, this plan would be developed in 4 phases. The rezoning application would rezone the land into 5 separate zones. First is a site-specific zone for urban residential first density, which would apply to the lots along Oxbow Drive, and that's highlighted in the red or pink color. This zone would address the minimum lot area, lot frontage, front and side yard setbacks, and the maximum lot coverage. Secondly, the rest of the lots for single detached units that are highlighted in yellow will also have a site-specific urban residential first density zone. And this zone would address the minimum lot area, lot frontage, front and side yard setbacks, and the maximum lot coverage. Third, site-specific urban residential third density zone is proposed, and that's highlighted in the brown orange color. And this is specifically for the 8th Street townhouse units. This zone would address the minimum lot depth, side yard setback, density, and maximum lot coverage. A general open space zone would apply to the southern portion of the land, and that's highlighted in green. And this is where the stormwater management pond and the pedestrian path would be located. And finally, the area that's highlighted in blue is where the existing borrow pit is located. And this would act as a single building lot. And that would be zoned to the general urban residential first density zone. So the notice of application was and public meeting was circulated to area residents and agencies. We received comments from residents, and they're concerned about the additional stormwater runoff from the subdivision and potential infiltration into groundwater supply, as some of the property to the east are primarily on well water. Staff have indicated that if there is ever is an excess of chemicals or salt on the roads, it will end up entering the storm sewer system through the street catch basins in the proposed development, and this would enter in the stormwater management pond. However, this comment will be taken into consideration during the finalization of the stormwater management pond design. Recently, staff received comments from an area resident who requested that municipal services be extended to properties in the area, as new development would affect their potable water supply. And these municipal services are essentially an extension east of the subject lands. Further, there are additional concerns about the loss of vegetative barriers on the subject land, which would reduce privacy. There was another question surrounding the expropriation of land for the continuation of Street B and the future development to the east. So the municipality has not received any applications for development on these lands, and expropriation is not planned. Lastly, staff received a question regarding the fronting of houses onto Oxbow Drive with the housing below. I believe this is in relation to the geography of the lands. The resident would like to know if the same type of overlook situation that are on the houses on Queen Street and those on Fieldstone Crescent would be mirrored here, and if the site plan can be changed to mitigate this problem. So municipal staff have also provided comments regarding the subdivision. The chief building official has concerns about the settlement of soil within the lot that's proposed, which is used to be on the lot, on the pond. It's recommended that a hold symbol be applied for all the lands that were formerly a pond or where the pit is located until a geotechnical investigation shows that lands are suitable and safe for development. Public Works and Engineering have not provided comments, however, it is under review. And lastly, the Director of Community Services commented on the pedestrian path or trail, which was shown on previous versions of the plan of subdivision before the applicant submitted their plan. The trail essentially extended across the entire southern perimeter of the property, connecting the development to the community center lands. And this is the preferred approach instead of the path ending at the edge of the stormwater management pond. So again, this matter is before council for information purposes, just to solicit feedback from council and from the public. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll move next to Kevin Muir, who's the agent on the application, who will be presenting. He'll be joined by Mr. Veitch of MTE Consultants and the applicant, Heather Johnston-Ings, to answer questions.
Thank you very much and good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Marion didn't leave me with a lot of material to work with and a good staff report and good presentations. So I think we'll just sort of highlight the thought process that you probably won't see in the staff report. We first started at this back in, if you're familiar, 2018, 2019. The 3-lot severance that's in the northwest corner. That's essentially was sort of a pre-phase of this draft plan of subdivision. In the meantime, as Marion indicated, the subdivision is 58 units, 58 lots, a mixture of 50-foot singles, 40-foot singles, and a block of wider townhouse units to sort of diversify the mix. Zoning wise, it's fairly standard, I think, for what we're seeing across the board in terms of more recent subdivisions. The Oxbow frontage, the lots there follow the pattern that was established in the 3-lot severance, which was a request of staff to have a deeper front yard setback. So we've agreed to that with an 8-meter setback. So that continues that streetscape pattern. The majority of the internal lots are in keeping generally with what we're seeing in the area in terms of zoning site-specific requests. The Borough Pit is probably the most unique of the subdivision. I would say it's a very large open green area, an area that currently holds water. Obviously, building perspective, it's relatively constrained, and the intent is for the owner, which is obviously a family ownership of 4, to retain that lot, the open space lot, possibly merge it with one of the lots to create a building lot, obviously because there's family ties to this property. As Marion said, the intent is simply to dedicate the trail that's within the subdivision through the draft plan process down the road through a reference plan. I think would be expected as part of the draft plan conditions to deliver the rest. So the intent was not to carve out the Borough Pit to avoid any parkland dedication. It was simply just the cleanest way to carve off that block. We had, if I can direct you to page 254 and 255 of the agenda package, we had set up the draft plan of subdivision with essentially 2 future scenarios. One is essentially a standalone scenario where Street B could be cul-de-saced, lots around there. The problem, I guess, in terms of from a planning perspective, is it creates a lot of triangle lots, which are obviously not the most efficient. We prepared a second scenario as well, and we set up the draft plan, some of the parts and the blocks within the draft plan to allow that connection from a good planning principle and connectivity. We've also ghosted it on that second plan, which is figure 4 in our planning report. We ghosted in essentially what it could look like with some form of partnership with the abutting property owners. The abutting property owners giving a triangle, we give a triangle, it forms a lot. Having said that, it's entirely at the participation of the abutting property owners. We're certainly not planning for them. We're just making sure that we can enable if they are interested. And there have been communications between the owners at this point. I understand the comments from the abutting property largely was just to cover the Planning Act requirements, is my understanding. So there is an ongoing communication, recent and ongoing for those property owners. So that's largely, I think, the gist of the subdivision. We're certainly here, Bill and myself. I know there was some geotechnical questions. There were geotechnical studies that were provided as part of the submission. And obviously there's a substantial engineering component. This site, and some of the comments from the public, I'm not sure if they were reading the subdivision plan with some of the existing grades shown on the plan. The site is going to go through a relatively substantial grading exercise to flatten the site, fill the site. It will be a relatively gradual, I guess, transition from Oxbow to into the site towards the southern boundary. But Bill can certainly provide some more details on that if there's further questions from council.
Thank you for that information. I understand that John and Patricia Conan are not here still to speak to the application. So I'm going to move to council. If they come on board, I'll invite them to join in. So start with you, Councillor Arts.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Kevin, I've been on that site, and your plans, once you get east of Union Street, there's like a 20-foot grade drop, and I honestly don't see how you can do anything unless everything is leveled off. And there's a large amount of fill that was brought in years ago that's not stable. So that actually has to be removed too. Like I said, on a flat piece of paper, it looks great, but when you do the topography, I can't see any houses being built on the, I think that was basically your phase 4 area until the grade issues are fixed. Thank you.
Other comments or observations, questions? Councillor Heffernan.
Through the mayor, when I was looking at the reports, and there is a lot of reports, which is good, the stormwater management, the transportation, and the archaeological study. But one of the reports, and it's got to be the geotechnical area, I didn't write it down, sorry, but there's things here that are kind of raising flags, like trench side slopes must be continuously inspected, especially after heavy rains or snowmelt, to identify areas of instability. Pavement design is based on a drier time of year. Existing fill and topsoil is not suitable to support foundations. Basement floor levels a minimum of 0.5 meter above groundwater. And geotechnical inspections and testing has to be done throughout the construction. So all of that to me means there really has to be a lot of mitigations in order for this to proceed, or else all the houses would be in the pit.
Any other questions or comments?
I'd actually like to hear a response from the applicants on that point.
Response to?
Councillor Heffernan's point about the geotechnical reports.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There was a point made. I didn't hear a question.
Well, I'd like to hear from the applicants if they'd like to address that.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Madam Mayor, I'll defer to Bill Beach on this.
Madam Mayor, yes, thank you for hearing it. You are absolutely right. The geotechnical requirements for this site are very dramatic. It is an old gravel pit that has been taken down pretty much down to the water table for the most part. The intention here is to fill the site with engineered fill. It is recognized already, and we have already, with the first 3 severed lots up in the west corner, I've identified the fill materials in that particular area that were put there some time ago, as Councillor Arts pointed out, and those have been removed, and materials have been taken out of there. They've been taken out of that section of it in order to be able to create those lots. An engineered fill has been put back in there. The material has been certified by our engineers, and the ongoing studies they're doing and work they're doing right now is to verify the requirements for the engineered fill, the materials that they're going to be using for that. We are also doing a very extensive hydrogeologic study across the entire site. And it has been ongoing for more than a year now, and will continue to determine exactly the maximum, the highest water table levels. The entire site will be an engineered site. It has to be, in order to be able to support homes and support the road and the infrastructure that's planned for here. We cannot build the homes down in the bottom of the pit. We don't want basements below the water table, as pointed out in the geotechnical report. The entire site will be filled as a part of the development, and probably filled anywhere up to 4 meters in some particular areas. That's always been the plan for this site, is to build it back up again, build it up to a proper elevation that will be able to support the residential use that's being planned here.
Head on, Councillor Silva.
Yeah. Is it worth it? Like, I have to imagine this is hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of studies and fill and effort that needs to go into this. which then leads me to a conclusion for now that these lots might be incredibly expensive. And if that's the case, then can you actually meet at least the current official plan requirements for having a certain allocation of homes below the average resale value of a house in Middlesex Center right now? I don't remember all the numbers, but like, you know, that's part of the official plan too. So at the end of the day, is this actually worth it? No, maybe
you,
so.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think all we can say is yes. Yes, it is. Obviously, the client has, let's say, run the numbers. They've done their homework. They proposed the plans, and they're comfortable with this. So,
I understand they might be comfortable with spending the money, but I like I said, and I know this is not the time or place, but I don't know what the time or place is to say this. But you know, at the end of the day, regardless of the size of the house, if we're starting at $500,000 or $600,000 for a 40-foot lot, or heaven forbid, even one of the townhomes, God, like, you know, well, A, you're not going to meet some of the official plan requirements. You might not meet some of the official plan requirements by that stage, and B, I'm not the type of person to spend that sort of money on a house and lot that size, but you might find the buyers. So I guess, you know, I'll leave that up to you, but I'm skeptical personally, but that's not a planning or zoning thing.
Are there other questions of the applicant on the content and reports we've received? Seeing none, then we have a resolution before us. What is your wish? A mover and a seconder? Councillor Scott and Councillor Arts, all in favor, receiving, and that is received. Thank you for your reports and clarification, and I guess we'll see you again next time.
thank you all.
I'm looking at application number, oopsie. Oh, it is 9.4 on this page, right? Okay. This is the official plan amendment, OPA and zoning bylaw amendment filed by Doug Stanlake on behalf of Brantham. And so we have the application before us. And again, Mayor, Marion, if you would present the overview of the planning report, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I've just share my screen with everybody so we can see the location map. The purpose of this report, again, is to provide information to council about the plan of subdivision, official plan amendment, and rezoning applications for the lands at 9904 Oxbow Drive, and it's also known as Renwick Estates or Brantham Developments. The property is approximately 20 hectares in area, or just over 51 acres, and is located on the north side of Oxbow Drive and west of Kamoka Road. It is north and west of the existing built-up area of the community of Kamoka, and is by the Canadian Pacific Railway on the north, active agricultural lands immediately to the west, Canadian National Railway and industrial lands to the south, and residential uses to the east. So this land is currently designated as residential and has an aggregate overlay and contains some hazard lands as identified within the official plan. The northeast corner of the property along Kamoka Road also falls within the Kamoka Community Gateway. The property is primarily zoned existing use and has a small portion that is zoned urban residential first density along Oxbow Drive. So the applications were first presented to council on July 17, 2019 at a public meeting. Staff received comments from the public, from council, and from agencies, and these were shared with the applicant. In August of 2020, the applicant resubmitted a revised plan of subdivision, official plan amendment, and zoning bylaw amendment, and these applications are the ones that are before you today. So the revisions to the plan of subdivision are noted in the zoning map that was also attached to the staff report. Some of the notable changes are that 166 units are proposed for single detached development, and this is noted in the areas shaded in purple. There are 5 medium density blocks for future development that are proposed along the southern and northernmost portions of the property. There is one new parquet block located within the center of the development, one block for stormwater management pond located on the southern portion of the property, and that's close to Oxbow Drive, as well as 3 open space blocks along the perimeter of the property that is part of the channeling and stormwater management system. And this is along the eastern and southern portions of the property. Additionally, Street A would connect to Kamoka Road, and Street C would connect to Oxbow Drive. Internal roads such as Streets B, D, and E would also have connections to A and to C. Further, the revised official plan amendment proposes to remove the aggregate overlay, redesignate the parquet block to Parks and Recreation, and redesignate the 5 blocks to medium density residential. Further, the applicant wishes to create a special policy area that would allow garages to protrude closer to the front lot line for than the habitable portion of the dwelling, and this is specifically for the lots for single detached dwellings. The revised zoning bylaw amendment proposes to rezone the lands from existing use to 8 different zones. This includes a Parks and Recreation zone for the parquet, the site-specific open space zone for the stormwater management channels and ponds, and that's noted as OS or open space -1. There is a proposed urban residential first density zone for the single detached lots, and 5 separate site-specific urban residential third density zones that are applicable to the medium density blocks. Just to go into a little bit more detail, this proposes townhouses on the blocks that are abutting the Canadian Pacific Railway to the north, and a block abutting existing residential uses at Kamoka Road and Oxbow Drive. So just to look at the map, those are the orange and the pink blocks. Townhouses and multiple unit dwellings on the block fronting onto Street C, and that's noted by the light blue block, and the apartment dwelling on the block abutting the stormwater management pond, and that's noted in yellow. So notice of the application and public meeting were circulated to the area residents ahead of the July 2019 public meeting and the meeting tonight. Staff received a number of comments from residents and are noted in the report. Primary concerns include stormwater management and drainage, impacts on Kamoka Creek and its ecosystem, the increase of population and the impact on Kamoka and municipal services, compliance with urban design guidelines, the lack of design for the gateway area at Kamoka Road, the lack of parkland, objection to the apartment building, preference for a linear park along the railway corridor, and the capacity of the school system for this development. Additionally, staff received comments from the Upper Thames Region Conservation Authority after the public meeting in 2019. However, we have not received comments prior to this meeting as a result of some of the redesigns and revisions to the reports. However, their concerns have been noted in the staff report, and there is concerns about flooding, especially in the existing Kamoka Station development that's located on the east side of Kamoka Road. There's concern that there may not be sufficient outlet for drainage through this proposed subdivision as a result of the channels and the stormwater management pond. The Conservation Authority also suggests that the municipality ensure additional stormwater storage and upsized outlets are provided in the design of the subdivision so that they can accommodate and handle the upstream flows. Further, the Conservation Authority had specific comments about the functional servicing report, and that is included within the staff report. These comments address the stormwater channels and ponds, which is not their preferred method of dealing with stormwater management. It was suggested that there be a realignment for the swales so that they are reconfigured away from residential lots and away from municipal road allowances. Additionally, the Conservation Authority requests that applicants use some other techniques for stormwater management, such as low impact or low impact development techniques where it's possible. Lastly, staff did receive comments from agencies, stakeholders, including Enbridge Gas, the Municipality of Strathmore-Caradoc, and Canada Post, and their concerns can be incorporated into conditions of draft approval. So again, this matter is before council for information purposes and to solicit feedback from council and from the public. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the report, Marion. I'll move next to Douglas Stanley, as the agent for the applicant, and will be presenting. I think you're on mute.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair and the committee. Unfortunately, we didn't get much of a response from the public as a result of the most recent circulation. So a lot of the comments that are in the staff report are matters that we have been addressing over the last 17 months since the last public meeting. We have gone through an extensive review of the comments. We've had consultation with your consultants who have been working on the Master Stormwater Management Plan and on the drainage issues on the east side of Kamoka Road, which you may recall, committee, that was an extensive amount of time that we spent at the last public meeting dealing with issues of flooding as a result of flow issues on the east side of Kamoka Road. Marion has left me very little in terms of what I had prepared and I was going to share with you on the screen, but I can briefly do that, and I can perhaps highlight on the map some of the issues in terms of how this most recent revision differs from the first application that we had. So if I could just share my screen with you. As I mentioned, we've reviewed not only the public concerns, but also the comments and notes received from council, any additional verbal comments that we may have received from agencies such as the Upper Thames, and the two consultants that I mentioned dealing with stormwater. And stormwater is a sort of a key component in how we've addressed in the revised application. And that's all resulted in the revised applications that have been met. The particular item that has been the focus of our revision has been in the widening and the redesigning of the diversion channel. That's in response to peer review comments, made by municipal staff, and comments that were made by the public, as Marion has suggested. The redesigned diversion channel has been both widened and redesigned to accommodate 250-year flow, plus it has a free roller on top of that. Perhaps to give you some context of what this means that maybe we can relate to just a little bit better, to accommodate a 250-year flow through this site in a round pipe would require a pipe in the neighborhood of 8.5 feet in diameter, or in metric terms at 2,550 millimeters, and is needed to convey the 250-year storm flows that we were given as general criteria to redesign the channel for the subdivision. In addition to that, we have added the parquet following the criteria that was given to us by staff. It's in a central location. It's open on both sides, quite visible. It is located in the first phase of the subdivision, and it meets the area criteria that we were given for the size of the parquet. We heard comments about classification of the road. That is Street A. That is the westerly extension of Union Ave, and so we removed the road connection to the east. 3 of the multifamily blocks were slightly reduced in area because of the channel widening, and the net result is 7 single-family lots were no longer available for development with the channel improvements and redesign, as well as due to the now smaller multifamily blocks. 6 single-family units were also no longer available. Based on those, the subdivision, as Marion has already sort of highlighted, and I won't repeat those, but the core of the subdivision remains 15-meter lots in the central part of the area. Every medium density blocks are on the perimeter and are scattered along with the apartment building in the southwest corner. Our parkette is located in this location. It's on the major street coming in here, and it also is served by 2 other local streets, which give great visibility from the homes on 3 sides. So a good, safe parkette location. The only, perhaps I'll just cover that the stormwater management channels have remained, and they continue to serve as a good buffer between the multifamily blocks and the residential lots along Kamoka, which were heard from our initial open house and public meeting. The buffer is well appreciated, so we're not abutting existing single family dwellings. Perhaps I'll just review, whoops, sorry. The changes result in a mixture of lots. A slight difference from the previous one, we end up with 166 single family lots with a variety of frontages. That could increase because we kept one of the multifamily blocks with an option in a compound zone to create 27 single family vacant land condo units. If they were all built out as townhouse units, the multifamily block would generate 120 to 29 townhouse units. And the assumption there is in our conceptual layouts that staff asked us to prepare, they are assumed to be 18-foot wide townhouse units. So if some of those are increased in floor area, obviously then those total numbers of townhouse units would be less. In terms of the specific zoning changes from the last reviews that we had at the last public session, we added a rezoning of the parkette to be zone PR. We've dropped 1 compound zone for a requested vacant land condo in one of the multifamily blocks. And the only 2 comments that generally that we got from staff about the zoning was that council generally likes to be fairly certain what type of development will occur. We previously had other blocks with a compound zoning on it, so we consolidated that, tried to simplify it, and we basically now have a townhouse in this area. Somebody wishes, when they purchase the lot or block, they wish to downzone it to create vacant land. We will then know with a buyer what type of and size of lot a vacant land condos would be. Now we did ask, after significant discussions with CN, a new holding provision that would apply for noise and vibration for the apartment block. CN staff were really reluctant to accept the current holding provision that you had dealing with noise and vibration, as we do not have a specific site plan proposed for that block. In discussions with CN staff, I felt they certainly had a lot of experience in dealing with the architecture of a building and how it should be addressed to address noise, not particularly vibration, because that's pretty standard, but certainly in such things as whether or not you would have open or closed balconies on an apartment building, what type of balcony you might have on it, and those types of things. So usually I'm hesitant about trying to send a third party to sign off on reports that are really the purview of council. But in this case, I think perhaps there is a request. We did request the zoning to have public site plan meetings for all of our multifamily blocks, but in this case, maybe the input by CN would be worthwhile. The changes that we had for the official plan schedule are just really two. Deletion of the collector road classification being an extension of Union Ave, and also the designation of the parkette for parks and recreation. With that, Madam Chair, those are my sort of planning overview of the subdivision. There are three additional graphics that I have available for review. Should there be some specific questions that either the public or committee may have questions on the design of the swale or diversion channel, or the general drainage areas that generate flows that traverse through the site. And I can either have AGM representatives speak to those now, or at such time as the public or committee have some specific questions, whatever your pleasure might be. Thank you.
Maybe you could share those additional documents.
Okay, I can do that, sure.
Okay, or I guess if there is a question, then we can always come back to that as well. We don't have
Sure,
to wait.
that's fine. Yes, sure.
Okay.
Dan, or either Dan or is it Steve that's going to present deal with it to give us an overview?
There's no Lucas?
I don't know if Lucas is here.
Lucas here for AGM.
Okay. Well, there are three gentlemen. At least one of them will present now, and they're also agents for the applicant.
Yeah, so what we got here, Doug's got existing drainage figure 3 from our functional servicing report. It really outlines the significant external drainage that we're dealing with. You can see on the left-hand side of the page to the north of the Canadian Pacific Railway, we got external area 1, 25.58 hectare. This comes directly in through the site through a concrete culvert. And then we got the 104.8 hectare external area 2. This area was reduced from the initial submission. That was a comment we've already received through an email. That was a result of the drainage consultant working on behalf of the municipality. They used a more detailed form of topographic survey to establish the drainage area. We reviewed it and agreed with it and accepted it as our own. So as you can see, there's significant area. That 104.8 continues down back through the rear yard of the Union Avenue lots, crosses Union Ave through the culvert, and then ultimately crosses Kamoka Road into the subject lands, where it continues southwest towards the existing 750 culvert. So you can see we're dealing with a significant drainage area as part of this subdivision. Now, to cope with that, we've come up with this diversion channel, which we've sized per the municipal request by the engineering staff of unrestricted flow coming from the east and the north. So it's resulted in a significant increase to the channel footprint, and as well as the box culverts. We feel that we've used enough detail in the analysis to come up with a solution that will convey these flows safely through the subdivision. This figure shows critical sections detailing where the least amount of freeboard is. As you can see, we're looking at minimum freeboard of 0.17 in these areas and 0.20. This is a result of the tie-ins to the existing neighboring lands, where they tend to dip in the corners of these lots. So worst case scenario, that's what we're looking at. We thought that it was fair to articulate that to everyone. But otherwise, even under the 100-year storm event, we are achieving at least a foot of freeboard. I think, is there another slide, Doug?
Well, I think that's it at this point.
Okay, then thank you for that part of it. I also have Joe Hassan, who's going to be speaking on behalf of Brantham. Oh, he's not here?
Madam Chair, I got a text from Joe that he was having difficulty connecting, and he's just following us on YouTube, so I guess he will not be here tonight.
Okay, thank you. In that case, we have members of the public next. Mr. Houghton is joining us by telephone to comment on the application. Should we take a recess? Okay, while he comes on, maybe I'll just call a 5-minute recess. I noticed that we're getting square bottoms. Okay, I have 9:35. Let's try to make it 9:40 as close as we can. Thank you. order. And we hopefully have Mr. Houghton on the line. Paul's right there. Yeah. He's third. Oh, okay. Going once, going twice. Let's go another call for Paul. Okay, last call for Paul. Maybe dropped on. Okay, I'm showing him on the line connected via phone. We could move to the next delegation.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
whoa, just in the nick of time, nick of time. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the chance to speak tonight again. I'd like to start by thanking both Marion and Mr. Stanlake for answering my questions and supplying guidance over the last 3 months. I presented comments at the July 17th public meeting, and these are noted in the planning report as circulated for this meeting. I was disappointed to see that to date, none of the comments presented by others and myself resulted in any changes to the proposed development. I just asked council to please remember that night and review the comments as presented in Marion's report. A month after the first public meeting, I submitted additional comments and questions to the municipality. These comments and questions were recently resubmitted to the municipality, and I continue to work with the staff in getting answers and clarification. I have attached these comments and questions at the end of the notes I submitted, and in the interest of time, I will not be going through them tonight. But I would just ask that they be reflected as being presented at this meeting and for later reference and consideration. All items of that supplementary request are outstanding at this time, except for the parkland dedication that has now been addressed. Today, I would like to submit some following comments that are significantly focused on the community interests of the existing residents. The lands fronting, first item, the lands fronting on the Kamoka Road should be considered as infilling and adhere to section 3.2 of the urban design guidelines. There are existing detached homes to the north, south, and east. Having some of the new homes in the subdivision face Kamoka Road, to me, would create a very nice and appealing gateway to Kamoka instead of a bunch of side lots. Point 2. Everything possible should be done to ensure a new flooding risk is not introduced to the existing residents on Kamoka Road. Current design has runoff diverted at right angles around the existing residents to the south. The stormwater diversion should not abut existing residents. If the Kamoka Road infill lots are introduced, the stormwater could easily be diverted behind them at a lower height. The existing homes should also be the highest elevation in relation to the new subdivisions. I've witnessed before, personally beside me, where the subdivisions are built at a higher level to affect the drainage. I visited the site today, walked the street, and the existing homes basically level with Kamoka Road. And the natural ebb and flow of the land is evident when you stand there. And everything goes to the bottom of Union. And then that's always been sort of the local stormwater management pond. So I heard somebody saying that a comment had been made about existing stormwater. That could be a good spot for it there as well, but I'm not a designer. I was going to be, I guess what I'm saying on that one, I'm also concerned about the public interests and litigation if things do go wrong. New Orleans and their levees were engineered, and if we look at the problems that they have, I would request that additional funding be kept and retained post-construction. I want to be able to remediate any problems that occur after the developer is long gone. So I'm worried about the municipality being sued, bottom line. And I would like assurances that no tax dollars from residents outside the subdivision are used to maintain this system. It looks fairly complex. Point 3, for pedestrian and vehicular traffic, there should not be a new street access onto Kamoka Road, but rather 2 main accesses onto Oxbow Drive, similar to Lansdowne Park. It's a big loop. Lining Street A with Union Ave will establish an alternate route to Oxbow and will drive up traffic volumes on Union. If the Street A access to Kamoka Road survives, it needs to access Kamoka Road between Union Ave and Princess Ave. That's another T-junction to the south. Having this T intersection will reduce the chance of drivers rolling through the stop sign onto Union Ave across Kamoka Road and discourage additional use of Union Ave, cut down additional traffic onto Union Ave. Oxbow Road is the only road in Kamoka that intersects Kamoka Road and has been the site of many accidents. I was personally almost involved in an accident with somebody sliding through the intersection where they almost hit me. Over time, there's been some significant incidents, cars and lawns, etc. And interestingly enough, there are 12 T intersections on Kamoka Road within the village, and these have been proven remarkably safe. In the last 30 years, I do not believe we've had an incident. If you can pull the police reports for Kamoka Road and Oxbow, you will see quite the contrary. Point 4, I cannot see where Thames Valley School Board has responded yet. I know Derek tried to get hold of him at the last meeting on his Twitter account. I don't see the report, and I wonder if it has come in. The impact on Parkview School would be of high interest to current and future residents. If I am correct, can the school board be asked again for comments? As we talked earlier about another school, Parkview is getting very close to 100%. There's a good chance that these kids might not go to Parkview. I guess as I'm saying, they may end up going to Delaware. Point 5, if this subdivision is served by Parkview School, the funding of the safety measures for pedestrian traffic to the school needs to be planned for and paid for the developer. This comes back to my earlier point about the extension onto Union. I live at the corner across from the school. When school gets out, I see the children coming down the street, and it just bothers me to think that like we've got a substantial size subdivision there. I think 300 units. I don't know how many kids that would generate, but I really think we need to make sure that those kids are corralled. And by corralling, I mean we don't need multiple opportunities for them to cross Kamoka Road. So that Union Street is another spot where kids are going to come out through and try to get across to school. So from a safety concern, not having that Union access, having the kids come out onto Oxbow down the street to Kamoka Road, improving that intersection. We've got crossing lights across from the school. It's probably going to be a good idea if all those kids end up going to Parkview, that we do something there for the crosswalk. It's very important. People still come down the hill very quick through the streets. We haven't got to cut down to 40 kilometers an hour. I know some people are trying to do that. But anyway, for the safety of the children, we need to think about the flow of them as well as the cars. Number 6, before approval is granted, residents need to know what impact to their water and sewage service will result from this subdivision. Will water pressure be reduced? Do the emergency water supply still meet the Ontario standard? Will the servicing require more redundant equipment? And that was part of my questions, over a year ago. And I'm really concerned about the emergency water supply. I know what's there today. We're tripling Kilworth. We're probably doubling Kamoka. And I'm scratching my head a little bit as to why there isn't more water reserves on the top of the hill. So those are in my questions that I've submitted through to the staff. I'm waiting for that response. And I just think at these meetings, the impact should be kind of stated that so much percentage of our water is being used up, so much percentage of our sewage is being used up. We've got so much capacity left. Like that should be pretty straightforward. A lot of my questions that I talk about is because of uncertainty. And if some of this stuff was just stated and everybody felt good about what was going on with respect to infrastructure, it would be I guess an easier life for all of us. And I guess the final point, number 7, if the low-rise apartment buildings end up being built, I've been told that the municipality's fire equipment can only reach 3 stories. Apartment heights should be limited to heights that can be safely managed by existing equipment. I also am concerned about our firefighters going into a 5-story apartment building versus a single home or a multi-story home is quite a bit different with respect to evacuation of people. So we need rental properties. We talked about that earlier tonight. But the fact is we need to make sure that they can be safely served. And I guess if we're going to end up with a 5-story apartment building down there, it's going to need new equipment. And that cost should be funded by the developer if we do that. I think in the past there was a statement that mutual aid could be called in from London, and I think Mount Bridges maybe, but that we're big enough right now that our fire department should be able to serve all its residents without mutual aid unless there's a big emergency. And another point I had, it got me off, is the only other point I had was if the phasing of this development could be confirmed. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I have Jane Campbell speaking next.
Madam Mayor, members of council, staff, fellow participants. My name is Jane Campbell. My family has lived at Hillview Farm, 22924 Kamoka Road, the property north of the proposed subdivision, since 1924. However, I want to acknowledge that all this land was home to the Chippewa of the Thames First Nation until the Longwoods Treaty was signed 200 years ago. Kelly Riley, the Director of Treaty, Lands and Environment for Chippewa of the Thames First Nation, has commented that my ancestors may have sold this land to the Crown, but it may not mean that we've given up our responsibility towards the land. Maybe my ancestors were more stewards of the land. Maybe they're more concerned about the care and attention and feeding of the land. How I wish these values prevailed today. Following up from the last public meeting of July 17, 2019, I want to ask if the questions and comments that I and my sister Lenore gave to the clerk will ever be answered. At that meeting, I spoke about the preservation of farmland, the environment, and protecting Kamoka Creek. Tonight, I shall focus my attention on drainage. You only have to look out our barn doors to see why this land should not be built on. I invited members of council to drive by this property on January 11th of this year to see the 2 rivers flowing through it. I am not an engineer, but water runs downhill and a lot of water drains into this property. In 2006, my mom, my sister Lenore, and I wrote to the municipality advising them not to allow residential construction on the north side of Union, just east of Kamoka Road. During a tribunal regarding the Union Ave drain, Mike DeVos, an engineer with Sprite Associates, said the water coming through the railway culverts would be a 9-foot head for a 100-year storm. The whole area would be flooded in a 100-year storm. We have seen our fence posts north of the CPR completely underwater, and they are roughly just over 4 feet above the ground. Last July, we attended an on-site meeting at Union Ave because there had been a request for municipal drain improvement. Recently, Stantec completed the stormwater master plan. The report suggests that drain appears to be operating in accordance with its design, and no significant drainage deficiencies were identified. So although the engineer reports that all is well, I wonder what the previous owners of 101 and 103 Union Ave, who sold their homes last year, what would they think? In the planner's report, Ms. Cabral has provided concerns and comments from the Upper Thames. I agree with her upstream drainage concerns and technical review comments with respect to the functional servicing report. I would like to bring to the public's attention comments relating to Kamoka Drain number 3 with respect to the stormwater master plan. First, Stantec suggested that the stormwater strategy consider the opportunity to treat runoff from the existing development, i.e. the Kamoka Station subdivision. Secondly, Stantec warned of the possibility of flooding if all the conservation methods that we have on our farm are eliminated. Our hayfields, pasture, and over 6,000 trees that we have planted with Upper Thames all help to mitigate the flow of the water down the hill. Woe to everyone if a cash cropper ever buys our farm. You'll get flooded out. Finally, Stantec reported that the SWM facility must incorporate temperature mitigation measures to reduce the potential impacts of the proposed facility on Kamoka Creek. The water temperature and potential downstream impact to the cold water species in Kamoka Creek is of paramount importance. However, AGM responded to the draft stormwater plan that they want to review other acceptable options for reducing thermal impacts in lieu of an infiltration facility as proposed. AGM wrote to Stantec that flows from the external drainage north of the CPR to the Kamoka Station subdivision are greater than the estimated 2.4 meters square per second that crosses under Kamoka Road. The flows are reduced to that amount due to the storage in the ditch on the east side of Kamoka Road and in the swale behind the houses on Union Ave. AGM writing, the cost to pipe the external flow is prohibitive due to the required pipe diameter to convey peak flows. Directing the external flows through the proposed SWM facility would also increase the footprint of the pond and result in high construction costs and loss of developable lands. It appears to me that the developer realizes the volume of water that enters the proposed subdivision, but I wonder if their solutions will adequately address the problems. Could someone please explain why in the functional service report the external drainage area 2 has been reduced from 120.88 hectares to 104.80, a difference of 16.08 hectares? How does a drainage area change? Also, figure 3, existing drainage is missing a culvert under the Kamoka Road north of Melrose. This causes flooding on Melrose because the water main culvert is undersized. There's also another old culvert crossing Kamoka Road south of Melrose, which is not on figure 3. Since my 2019 questions remain unanswered, I am asking again. Why is on-site planned subdivision water being diverted into the channel? The number of residential lots at the east end of Street A at Union diverting water to the channel has been reduced. I saw that, but there are still 2 adding to the external water, as well as 4 south-facing lots on Street D. From a life safety concern, do you think a toddler could drown in the open diversion channel? We respect the water. We've been here almost 100 years. I wonder if this developer really appreciates the power of the water in this area. Thank you for letting me talk tonight.
Thank you for your comments, Jane. I'll move now to our next speaker. Is Lenore, right? Yes.
Oh, Lenore had an accident and she's in bed. This stress has really got to her. Thank you.
Is Rosalind Money coming?
I think Roz is in bed too because we're all trying to keep the farm going. Okay, guys?
Okay, then thank you for updating us. Arlene, do we see her on? Is she? Oh, good. Okay, Arlene is on.
Trying to get my video. Madam Mayor, staff, council, I think this is a very serious development that's happening in the area of Kamoka. I love Kamoka. I don't live there anymore, although I do have an interest in our family farm. I just encourage you all to take the comments that are being shared seriously, because everybody wants everybody to have a good experience in Komoka, and Komoka has always been such a great agricultural area. I do know that that land is rich agricultural land, and I'm not sure why it became a residential area. I think the gravel pit area is a wonderful area for on the third to be developed. But again, I'm just asking that you take into consideration the public comments and provide responses back, and perhaps consider development in areas that potentially aren't as threatening to environmental areas. I wish you all the best and happy holidays to all.
Thank you, Arlene. Lucy Gravel? Oh, good. Okay, Lucy's on. Lucy Gravel is the next member of the public to speak. I believe you're on mute. Okay. Well, why don't we just go to council, and then we'll just, if Lucy comes on, then I'll just, we'll work around that. Okay, yes, we'll get our clerk to keep us on our toes. Members of council, you have the opportunity now to ask for any additional information, questions, comments. Is there anything from? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor. That's okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just want to be 100% sure that the drainage issues have been addressed. We've seen pictures, we've seen comments back at the last public meeting how bad the drainage issues are here, and I think I just want to be sure that we're not going to run into issues where we get a bunch of houses built and everything, and then that land isn't there to absorb the moisture. It's got to go somewhere. So I just want some kind of assurances that this has been addressed properly and it will not create a problem down the road, because once we assume it, then the problem's ours. And if it's going to be a problem, I don't want it. I just like to make sure that somebody's addressed this and addressed it properly.
Thank you. I think Councillor Silva had his hand up. Has he disappeared? There he is.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was just making sure I unmuted my mic first. I'm looking at, I've only got a couple points to make, I guess questions actually. Looking at the traffic report, the peer review, the response to the peer review comments from Paradigm to IBI Group, which, given the timing, this might have actually been prepared by our current Director of Public Works and Engineering, or one of his staff at the time, given his employment history. A review of collision history was not requested as part of the scope of the study. Paradigm does not anticipate the site-generated traffic will cause adverse conditions. I don't know who would have requested the collision history, but I'm curious as to why that was not requested and whether that could be requested, because as Mr. Houghton said, I did make an effort to make the default unposted speed limit on all residential roads within the settlement area 40 kilometers an hour. Unfortunately, that did not come to fruition a couple of months ago for a variety of reasons. And despite the fact that the county thinks its roads are primo, we do have a history of people speeding down Komoka Road and adding more traffic onto it, whether it's 50 cars or 100 cars at this soon to be four-way intersection, really concerns me. So why wasn't the collision history requested, and can it be before we move forward here? I know the recommendation is just to receive your information tonight, but I think if we don't do this now, we're kind of screwed.
That would be it then?
No, that's a question. I'm waiting for an answer from somebody, whether it's Mr. Stanlake or our Director of Public Works and Engineering or whomever could have requested that report.
Yeah, the purpose is to gather information, gather questions, and give staff something to work with. So, yeah, that
Okay, so no answers tonight.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, fine. As Deputy Mayor Brennan said, I really hope that this drainage stormwater issue has been addressed. I don't know if it has. I'm not an engineer, but given the history of the issues here and the lived experience we keep hearing about from people in the area, everybody better be triple sure that this is going to handle it. Otherwise, I'm really confused about the location of the park. I don't understand, as a parent of 3, I don't understand the appeal of having the park face 3 separate roads. That to me actually sounds like a recipe for disaster. I think it would actually be much better placed just to the south, where there are other homes, single family detached, I think, proposed on the other side of, what's that street? On the other side of Street D, to the south there. I think that would be a much better place. You could get roughly the same size of park there, or anywhere else where you're not going to have you're not going to have the park facing 3 separate streets. Again, I don't see the appeal to that. I think it would be best just move slightly. Otherwise, I will also concur that Street A connecting with Union Ave might seem like a great idea for traffic, and it probably is for vehicular traffic. We already have enough concerns with residents of the amount of traffic for Komoka Road and the number of people who would like to cross it as a pedestrian, but don't feel safe. And of course, therefore, we don't get the numbers we need at pedestrian crossings, potential pedestrian crossings, to justify a pedestrian crossing. This is only going to make that worse.
Okay. Is there any other comment from other councillors that needs to be added here? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion. Oh, is Lucy? Oh, Lucy Gravel, can you hear us? That's her phone there, right? Yeah.
Thank you for that, Chair. I know that Lucy Gravel is on the line, but her audio was muted. We cannot see her. I think you can move forward at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. So the motion before us is to receive. Oh, yes. Okay, for information. This the application of the draft plan for Brantham. Do I have a mover? Councillor Scott and Councillor Shipley, all in favor, and that motion is carried. Thank you very much. I'm getting, yeah. So now we have to go back out of public meetings. If I could have a motion to rise out of public. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Scott. All in favor? And now we're back in regular council. So we need now, sorry, time is 12. Now we need to go to bylaws, item 14 on your agenda. We have a whole list of them. We'll make it easy. Could I have a mover that bylaws 2020 102 through to number 114, 114, listed on the December 16th council agenda, be adopted as printed? Do I have a mover? Councillor Arts, and seconded by Councillor Shipley. All in favor? And the last motion is to adjourn that council. Oh, yes.
I would just like to, this is our last council meeting of this year. I would just like to thank you and Michael for the leadership that you have shown the community and this council over the past year through these difficult times. It's very much appreciated, and it has not gone unnoticed by the rest of council. So we thank you both very much for that. Thank you.
So, Merry Christmas and be safe. And we will see you in 2021. And with that, we had motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Shipley and Councillor Deputy Mayor Brennan, all in favor? Okay, take care, everyone. Stay healthy.